Welcome in, fellow summoners. Tonight, under the watchful eyes of the Rift, we shall dive into the legendary tales of Runeterra to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. Before we disappear behind the veil of dreams, take a moment to cast your support spell, tap the like button, and join our magical community by subscribing. Also, I'm curious what time it is in your corner of Runeterra, whether you're watching from the war halls of Noxus, the forests of Ionia, or the depths of the Shadow Isles. Share your location in the comments below. Your participation will be greatly appreciated and helps our magical community grow stronger. Now, the time for incantations has passed. Dim your lights, find your most comfortable position, and prepare to be transported to the world of champions and chaos as we dive into tonight's legendary tales. Chapter 1. The Golden Child of Demacia. In the gleaming halls of Demacia's most noble houses, where marble columns catch the morning light and cast it in brilliant patterns across polished floors, a secret was born that would challenge the very foundations of an empire. Tonight, as we settle into the quiet contemplation that precedes rest, let us explore the story of Lugzana Crownguard, a young woman whose inner light would prove both her greatest gift and her most dangerous burden. Picture, if you will, the grand estate of House Crownguard, rising like a beacon of white stone and gleaming metal against the backdrop of Demacia's capital. Here, where generations of noble warriors have trained and lived and died in service to their kingdom, where the very walls seem to whisper tales of honor and duty, a child was born who would carry within her the power to illuminate the darkest corners of the world. Yet this same power, beautiful and pure as starlight itself, would become her most carefully guarded secret. Lugzana Crownguard entered the world as the second child of one of Demacia's most prestigious families, her arrival celebrated with all the pageantry befitting nobility. The Crownguard name carried weight that stretched back through centuries of loyal service, each generation adding new chapters to a legacy written in courage and unwavering dedication to the Demacian ideal. Her father, a man whose presence commanded respect in both the halls of power and the training yards where future knights learned their craft, looked upon his daughter with the same pride he had shown for her older brother Garen. Here was another child who would carry forward the family's honored tradition. From her earliest days, Lux moved through a world of privilege and expectation, her footsteps echoing in corridors where portraits of ancestors gazed down with stern approval. The Crownguard estate itself seemed designed to instill proper Demacian values in its young inhabitants. Every room spoke of order and strength, from the great hall where family banners hung in perfect symmetry to the library where texts on military strategy and noble conduct filled mahogany shelves. Even the gardens, with their precisely manicured hedges and carefully tended flower beds, reflected the Demacian belief that structure and discipline could bring beauty from chaos. As a young child, Lux displayed all the qualities her family hoped to see. She was bright and curious, quick to learn the lessons her tutors provided about Demacian history and the noble responsibilities that would one day be hers. She moved with natural grace through the social gatherings that filled the Crownguard calendar, charming visiting dignitaries with her wit and obvious intelligence. When she played with other children of noble birth, she showed the leadership qualities that marked her as a true daughter of her house. Her laughter rang through the halls like music, and her smile could brighten even the most serious adult gathering. Yet even in these early years, there were signs that Lugzana Crownguard was different from other children of her station. Sometimes, when she was particularly excited or happy, the air around her seemed to shimmer with an almost imperceptible warmth. Servants occasionally noticed that rooms grew brighter when she entered them, though they attributed this to her sunny disposition rather than anything more supernatural. Her tutors remarked on her unusual enthusiasm for astronomy and natural philosophy, subjects that led her to ask questions about the nature of light and energy that seemed advanced beyond her years. The first clear manifestation of Lux's magical abilities came during her 8th year, on a day that would be forever etched in her memory as the moment her childhood truly ended. She had been playing in the estate gardens with several other noble children, a game of hide-and-seek that had led her to seek refuge behind a large topiary shaped like a lion, the symbol of her house. As she crouched there, trying to contain her giggles and remain hidden, she heard approaching footsteps and the voices of her playmates growing closer. In that moment of childish excitement and the desire to remain undiscovered, something stirred within her that she had never felt before. It began as warmth in her chest, a feeling like swallowing sunshine, and then spread outward through her body until every fiber of her being seemed to hum with energy. The sensation was both exhilarating and terrifying, like standing at the edge of a precipice and feeling the urge to fly. And then, without any conscious thought or intention on her part, the very air around her began to bend and shift. Light itself seemed to obey her unspoken command, wrapping around her small form like a shimmering cloak. The rays of afternoon sun that had been filtering through the leaves above suddenly curved and twisted, creating a cocoon of refracted illumination that rendered her nearly invisible to the naked eye. She watched in amazement as her friends passed by, mere feet away, their eyes sliding over her hiding spot as if she weren't there at all. The magic held for several heartbeats, during which Lux felt as though she were floating in a world made of golden honey and crystalline air. When the effect finally faded, and she materialized back into normal sight, Lux found herself trembling with a mixture of wonder and terror. She looked down at her hands, half expecting to see them still glowing with residual magic, but they appeared normal. The garden around her remained unchanged, the perfectly trimmed hedges and carefully tended flowers giving no sign that anything miraculous had just occurred. Yet she knew, with the absolute certainty that only children possess, that something fundamental had shifted in her world. The weight of this knowledge settled upon her young shoulders like a lead cloak. Even at 8 years old, Lux understood enough about Demacian society to know that what had just happened was not merely unusual, it was forbidden. Magic was the enemy of everything her kingdom stood for, the chaotic force that threatened the order and safety her ancestors had fought so hard to establish. Mages were dangerous, unpredictable beings who brought nothing but destruction and sorrow wherever they went. This was not opinion but established fact, repeated in every history lesson and reinforced by every adult conversation she had ever overheard. As she made her way back to the main house, on unsteady legs, Lux's mind raced with questions and fears. How could she possess something so fundamentally opposed to everything she had been taught to value? Was she truly dangerous? Would her family still love her if they knew what she was becoming? The very thought of disappointing her parents, of seeing fear or disgust replace the pride in their eyes, made her stomach clench with nauseating dread. That evening at dinner, surrounded by the familiar comfort of family conversation and the warm glow of candlelight reflecting off polished silver, Lux found herself studying her relatives with new eyes. Her father spoke about his day training new recruits, his voice filled with satisfaction as he described young men learning to serve their kingdom with honor. Her mother discussed plans for an upcoming charity gathering, her manner reflecting the gentle authority that made her such a respected figure in Demacian society. And Garen, already showing the signs of the legendary warrior he would become, shared stories from his own training sessions with infectious enthusiasm. They all seemed so normal, so perfectly aligned with Demacian ideals, that Lux felt like an imposter sitting among them. How could she be their daughter, their sister, when she carried within herself the very thing they had been taught to despise? The disconnect between her inner reality and her outer circumstances created a hollow ache in her chest that had nothing to do with hunger, despite the elaborate meals spread before her. From that day forward, Lux began the delicate and exhausting process of living two separate lives. On the surface, she remained the perfect Demacian daughter, dutiful, bright, and apparently destined for a life of noble service. She attended her lessons with renewed focus, determined to excel in every area that didn't involve her dangerous gift. She practiced proper etiquette until her manners were flawless, studied military history until she could recite famous battles from memory, and learned the intricate social protocols that would allow her to navigate noble society with confidence. Yet beneath this carefully maintained exterior, she harbored a secret that grew heavier with each passing day. The magical abilities that had first manifested in the garden continued to appear at unexpected moments, usually triggered by strong emotions or stress. Sometimes light would bend around her fingers when she was concentrating on a difficult lesson. Other times, the very air would seem to brighten when she laughed or became excited. Each incident filled her with a mixture of wonder at the beauty of her power and terror at the possibility of discovery. The isolation this secret created was perhaps the most difficult aspect of her situation. Unable to share her fears or seek guidance from those closest to her, Lux learned to bear her burden alone. She developed an almost supernatural awareness of her own emotional state, constantly monitoring herself for signs that her magic might manifest. She learned to excuse herself from social situations when she felt the telltale warmth building in her chest, claiming sudden illness or urgent errands that required her immediate attention. As months passed, and her control slowly improved through sheer necessity, Lux began to understand that her life would never be simple again. She was a mage, living in the heart of an anti-magic society, a being of light, hiding in plain sight among those who would see her as nothing more than a threat to be eliminated. The weight of this knowledge settled into her bones like a chronic ache, coloring every interaction and clouding every moment of joy with the knowledge that it might be taken away if her true nature were ever discovered. Yet even in these early days of fear and uncertainty, there were moments when Lux caught glimpses of the extraordinary potential that lay within her gift. Late at night, when the household was asleep and she dared to experiment with her abilities in the privacy of her room, she discovered that her light could be shaped and directed with remarkable precision. She could create small dancing orbs that moved according to her will, or bend existing light sources to create patterns of impossible beauty. These secret sessions filled her with a sense of wonder that helped balance the constant fear, reminding her that her magic, while dangerous, was also undeniably beautiful. The duality of her existence, the constant tension between her public face and private reality, began to shape Lux's character in profound ways. She developed an almost preternatural ability to read social situations and gauge the emotions of those around her, skills that would serve her well in the complex political landscape she would one day navigate. She learned to find joy in small, hidden moments, treasuring the brief instances when she could let her guard down and simply be herself. Most importantly, she began to develop a deep empathy for others who might be struggling with secrets of their own. Though she didn't yet know that there were other mages hiding throughout Demacia, living their own double lives and carrying their own burdens of fear and isolation, she sensed that she was not entirely alone in her struggle. This intuition, coupled with her growing understanding of how it felt to be different in a world that demanded conformity, would eventually lead her to become a beacon of hope for others like herself. As her childhood progressed, and her training in both noble duties and magical concealment continued, Lux remained outwardly the golden child her family believed her to be. She excelled in her studies, charmed everyone she met, and showed every sign of growing into exactly the kind of noble lady Demacia expected her to become. Yet beneath this perfect surface, she carried within herself the seeds of something far more complex and potentially revolutionary, a power that could either destroy her or transform her into something unprecedented in Demacian history. The irony of her situation was not lost on her, even as a child. She was being raised to serve and protect a kingdom that would condemn her to death if it knew her true nature. She was learning to love and honor a society that viewed her very existence as an abomination. This fundamental contradiction would shape every choice she made and every relationship she formed, creating an inner tension that would drive her toward a destiny none could have predicted. In the quiet moments before sleep claims us tonight, perhaps we might consider the weight that young Luxana carried on her shoulders. How does it feel to discover that your very nature places you at odds with everything you've been taught to love and respect? What courage must it take to continue living and loving in a world that would reject you if it knew your truth? Chapter 2. The First Spark. In the depths of winter, when frost patterns dance across palace windows like nature's own artwork, sometimes the most profound transformations occur in moments of perfect stillness. Tonight, as we continue our journey through Luxana Crownguard's hidden world, we turn to that pivotal moment when accident became intention, when dormant power awakened with purpose, and when a young girl first truly understood the magnitude of what lived within her heart. The great library of the Crownguard estate stood as a monument to generations of accumulated knowledge, its towering shelves reaching toward vaulted ceilings painted with scenes of Demacian glory. Here, surrounded by the musty scent of ancient parchment and the quiet whispers of turning pages, 10-year-old Lux had discovered a sanctuary where she could lose herself in worlds beyond the careful constraints of her daily life. The afternoon light filtered through tall windows, casting long rectangles of gold across reading tables where dust motes danced like tiny stars in the stillness. On this particular winter day, with snow falling steadily outside and the rest of the household occupied with their various duties, Lux found herself alone among the books, a situation that had become increasingly precious to her. These solitary moments offered the closest thing to peace she had known since her magical abilities first manifested 2 years earlier. Here, she could allow her shoulders to relax slightly, could breathe without the constant fear that someone might notice the strange way light seemed to gather around her when her emotions ran high. She had chosen a volume on natural philosophy, drawn to its discussions of light and reflection, with an intensity that would have seemed unusual in most children her age. The text spoke of principles that felt familiar to her, in ways she couldn't quite articulate, describing phenomena that resonated with something deep in her understanding. As she read about the nature of illumination and the behavior of light rays, she found herself unconsciously extending her hand toward a shaft of sunlight streaming through the window beside her table. The sensation began as it always did, with that familiar warmth spreading from her chest outward through her limbs. But this time, instead of fighting the feeling or fleeing from it in panic, Lux found herself curious about what might happen if she simply allowed the magic to flow. The scholarly atmosphere of the library, combined with her fascination with the text before her, created a moment of calm inquiry rather than the fear that usually accompanied her magical episodes. As she focused on the beam of sunlight, something extraordinary occurred. The light itself seemed to respond to her attention, growing brighter and more focused until it formed a concentrated ray that moved according to her will. She watched in amazement as the illumination shifted and danced, bending at impossible angles and creating patterns that defied every law of physics she had ever learned. With careful mental direction, she could make the light spiral like a golden ribbon, or split it into multiple beams that wove together in complex geometries. For the first time since her abilities had manifested, Lux felt no fear. Instead, she experienced a profound sense of rightness, as if she were finally using a part of herself that had been dormant for too long. The magic flowed through her with a gentle warmth that felt as natural as breathing, and the resulting display of controlled light filled her with a wonder so pure it brought tears to her eyes. This was not the chaotic, frightening force she had been taught to associate with magic. This was beautiful, precise, and utterly responsive to her intentions. As she experimented with her newfound conscious control, Lux discovered that her abilities extended far beyond simple light manipulation. She could create small, glowing orbs that hovered around her, like captured stars, each one warm to the touch and bright enough to read by. She could bend existing light sources to illuminate dark corners of the library, or concentrate diffuse illumination into focused beams that could reveal details hidden in shadow. Most remarkably, she found she could weave light into semi-solid constructs, creating barriers and shapes that possessed actual substance, despite being composed of nothing more than organized photons. The implications of this discovery were staggering. If she could consciously control her magic, if she could direct it with precision and purpose, then perhaps she was not the dangerous, unpredictable creature she had feared herself to be. Perhaps her abilities were not a curse to be hidden and suppressed, but a gift that could be refined and mastered. The thought filled her with a hope so intense, it was almost painful, like sunlight breaking through clouds after a long, dark storm. Yet even as she reveled in this newfound sense of control and possibility, the practical realities of her situation remained unchanged. She was still a mage living in the heart of an anti-magic kingdom, still the daughter of a family that had sworn to protect Demacia from exactly the kind of power she possessed. The beautiful light displays she created in the privacy of the library were still acts of treason according to Demacian law, still evidence of a corruption that would see her imprisoned, or worse if discovered. As the afternoon wore on, and Lux continued her careful experiments, she began to understand that her conscious awakening to her magical nature was both a blessing and a terrible burden. With awareness came responsibility. She could no longer dismiss her abilities as accidents or uncontrollable manifestations. Every use of her power would now be a deliberate choice, a conscious decision to defy the laws and values of her homeland. The weight of this realization settled upon her like a heavy cloak, transforming her moment of wonder into something far more complex and troubling. The sound of approaching footsteps in the hallway outside the library sent a spike of terror through Lux's heart. In an instant she dispersed the lights she had been weaving, allowing them to fade back into ordinary illumination, as if they had never been anything more than filtered sunlight. By the time the library door opened to admit her tutor, she appeared to be nothing more than a studious young lady, absorbed in her reading, though her heart hammered against her ribs with the force of her sudden fear. "Lady Luxana," her tutor said with the formal courtesy that marked all interactions in the Crownguard household. "Your mother requests your presence in the solar. There are guests who wish to meet you." Lux nodded graciously and closed her book, but as she rose to follow her tutor, she caught sight of her reflection in one of the library's mirrors. For just a moment, she thought she saw a faint luminescence still clinging to her skin, a subtle glow that suggested the magic had not entirely faded. The sight filled her with fresh panic, and she spent the walk to the solar surreptitiously checking every reflective surface she passed, desperate to ensure that no trace of her supernatural nature remained visible. The solar, where her mother entertained guests, was a warm, inviting space filled with comfortable furniture and decorated with tapestries depicting scenes of pastoral tranquility. Today it hosted several ladies from other noble houses, their conversation focusing on the latest fashions and social events as they sipped tea from delicate porcelain cups. Lux moved among them with practiced grace, accepting compliments on her growth and beauty with the modest charm expected of a young lady of her station. Yet, throughout the social gathering, she found herself acutely aware of every shadow and highlight in the room. She noticed how the afternoon light played across the faces of their guests, how the flames in the fireplace cast dancing patterns on the walls, how the very air seemed to shimmer with possibilities that only she could perceive. Her newfound conscious awareness of her magical nature had awakened a sensitivity to light and illumination that made the ordinary world appear transformed, as if she were seeing it clearly for the first time. When one of the visiting ladies commented on how radiant Lux appeared, noting that she seemed to possess an inner light that made her particularly lovely, Lux felt her cheeks flush with more than simple embarrassment. The observation struck uncomfortably close to a truth that could never be spoken aloud, a reality that these kind, well-meaning women would view with horror if they truly understood its implications. She managed to deflect the compliment with appropriate modesty, but the encounter left her with a renewed understanding of how carefully she would need to monitor not just her magical abilities, but every aspect of her appearance and behavior. That evening, as she prepared for bed in the privacy of her chambers, Lux found herself torn between excitement and despair. The discovery of her conscious control over her abilities had opened up possibilities she had never dared imagine. Perhaps she could learn to use her magic for good, finding ways to help others while remaining hidden. Perhaps she could master her powers so completely that the risk of accidental exposure would disappear entirely. The thought of turning her dangerous secret into something beneficial filled her with a sense of purpose that had been missing from her life since her abilities first manifested. Yet the flip side of this hope was an equally powerful fear. With conscious control came the temptation to use her abilities more frequently, to explore their limits and applications in ways that would inevitably increase her risk of discovery. Every time she actively chose to use magic, she would be making a deliberate decision to betray her kingdom's trust, to deceive those she loved most, and to court the possibility of catastrophic consequences not just for herself, but for her entire family. As she lay in her bed that night, staring up at the ceiling where moonlight created shifting patterns through her window, Lux wrestled with questions that had no easy answers. How could she honor the trust and love of her family while harboring such a fundamental deception? How could she serve a kingdom that would condemn her for her very nature? And perhaps most troubling of all, how could she resist the growing urge to explore and develop abilities that felt so intrinsically part of who she was meant to be? The conscious awakening of her magical abilities had transformed Lux from a frightened child, hiding from an unwanted gift, into something far more complex. A young woman who must actively choose, moment by moment, how to navigate the impossible contradiction of her existence. She was no longer simply a victim of circumstance, but an agent with the power to shape her own destiny, albeit within constraints that made every choice fraught with danger. In the days that followed her library revelation, Lux began to develop the careful disciplines that would define her life for years to come. She established strict rules for when and where she would allow herself to experiment with her abilities, always ensuring complete privacy and preparing elaborate cover stories for any unexpected interruptions. She practiced controlling not just her magic, but her emotional responses to it, learning to maintain perfect composure, even when the wonder of her abilities threatened to overwhelm her usual careful reserve. Most importantly, she began to understand that her magical nature was not something separate from her identity as a crown guard, but rather an integral part of who she was meant to become. The light that flowed through her carried with it not just power, but responsibility, a calling to use her unique gifts in service of something greater than herself, even if she had yet to understand what that purpose might be. The transformation from accidental magic to conscious control marked the true beginning of Luxana Crownguard's journey as a mage. No longer would her abilities manifest randomly or against her will. From this point forward, every beam of light she shaped, every glow she created, every moment of magical wonder would be a deliberate act of defiance against a world that would deny her the right to exist as she truly was. As we consider Lux's first conscious embrace of her magical nature, perhaps we might reflect on our own moments of awakening to hidden aspects of ourselves. When have you discovered abilities or truths about your nature that challenged everything you thought you knew about your place in the world? How do we find the courage to embrace parts of ourselves that others might not understand or accept? Chapter 3. Lessons in Hiding. When the first pale light of dawn touches the horizon, it reveals a world transformed by darkness into something new, yet fundamentally unchanged beneath the surface. Tonight, as we delve deeper into Luxana's carefully constructed existence, we explore the delicate art of concealment. How a young woman learned to bury her brightest truths beneath layers of practiced deception, and the quiet courage required to live authentically while appearing to be someone else entirely. The months following Lux's conscious awakening to her magical abilities became a masterclass in self-discipline and careful observation. Each day brought new challenges as she learned to navigate a world where her very thoughts could betray her, where a moment's inattention might cause light to bend in ways that would expose her secret to anyone observant enough to notice. The estate that had once felt like a sanctuary now seemed filled with potential witnesses, every servant and family member a possible threat to her carefully maintained facade. Her first lesson in true concealment came during a formal dinner hosted by her parents for several high-ranking Demacian officials. The great dining hall gleamed with polished silver and crystal, the long table set with the finest linens and illuminated by dozens of candles whose flames cast warm, dancing light across the faces of the assembled guests. As Lux took her place among the family, she felt the familiar warmth beginning to build in her chest, a response to the beauty of the scene and her genuine happiness at seeing her parents in their element as gracious hosts. The sensation grew stronger as the evening progressed, fed by laughter and engaging conversation that lifted her spirits despite her constant vigilance. She found herself relaxing into the familiar rhythms of noble social interaction, her natural charm and intelligence allowing her to contribute meaningfully to discussions of literature, philosophy, and current events. Yet beneath her composed exterior, she could feel her magic responding to her elevated mood, the light around her seeming to grow subtly brighter and more focused. It was her mother who first noticed something amiss, though she attributed it to entirely mundane causes. "Luxana, dear," she said, during a brief lull in conversation, "you're positively glowing this evening. The candlelight is particularly flattering to you." The comment, intended as a simple maternal compliment, sent a spike of terror through Lux's heart as she realized how close she had come to exposure. Though her mother saw only a daughter looking her best in favorable lighting, Lux knew the truth. Her magic had been subtly enhancing the illumination around her, creating an effect beautiful enough to draw notice. In that moment of panic, she learned her most valuable lesson in magical concealment. Rather than allowing fear to trigger an even stronger magical response, she forced herself to take slow, controlled breaths and consciously dial back the energy flowing through her. She imagined drawing the light back into herself, pulling the excess illumination inward until it settled as a barely perceptible warmth in her core. The technique worked, and gradually the suspicious brightness faded to more natural levels, though the effort left her feeling drained and slightly nauseated. The close call marked the beginning of Lux's serious study of self-control. She began to think of her magical abilities as a separate entity living within her, a creature of light and energy that needed constant supervision and careful management. She developed mental exercises designed to strengthen her willpower, practicing meditation techniques that allowed her to maintain awareness of her emotional state while appearing completely focused on whatever task occupied her attention. Her daily routine transformed into an intricate dance of concealment and careful energy management. Each morning began with private moments in her chambers, where she would check her magical state, ensuring that the night's dreams and the transition to wakefulness hadn't triggered any unwanted manifestations. She learned to recognize the early warning signs that preceded magical episodes, the tingling in her fingertips, the way colors seemed to grow more vivid, the subtle shift in her perception that indicated her powers were stirring. During her lessons with tutors, Lux discovered that intellectual engagement was one of her strongest magical triggers. When she became deeply absorbed in a particularly fascinating text or engaged in stimulating debate, her mind's excitement would translate into magical energy that sought expression through her gift. She learned to moderate her responses, to appear interested but not overly enthusiastic, to ask thoughtful questions while ensuring her curiosity never reached the levels that might cause light to begin gathering around her hands. Social interactions required their own set of carefully developed skills. Laughter, she discovered, was particularly dangerous, as moments of genuine joy could cause her magic to respond with bursts of brightness that would be impossible to explain. She practiced maintaining control during pleasant conversations, learning to modulate her emotional responses so that she could appear engaged and happy while keeping her magical nature firmly suppressed. The effort was exhausting, requiring constant vigilance that left her feeling emotionally disconnected even from moments she genuinely enjoyed. Physical exercise presented unique challenges, as the increased heart rate and adrenaline of training could trigger magical responses just as easily as emotional excitement. During her lessons in dance and deportment, she had to concentrate not only on executing the complex steps with grace, but also on preventing the exhilaration of movement from manifesting as visible magical effects. She learned to channel the energy of physical activity inward, using the discipline required for perfect form to also maintain perfect concealment. Perhaps the most difficult aspect of her magical education involved learning to suppress her abilities during moments of stress or fear. When she was startled or anxious, Her instinctive response was often a defensive surge of magic that could range from barely perceptible to blindingly obvious. She practiced maintaining control during unexpected situations, training herself to respond to surprise with increased mental discipline rather than magical reflexes. This involved deliberately exposing herself to minor shocks and disruptions while practicing her concealment techniques, building up her tolerance for stress without magical release. The psychological toll of this constant vigilance began to manifest in subtle but significant ways. Lux found herself becoming increasingly isolated, not because she lacked social opportunities, but because every interaction felt like a performance in which the slightest mistake could have catastrophic consequences. She began to view conversations through the lens of potential magical triggers, analyzing her own responses and emotions with clinical detachment that robbed spontaneous moments of much of their joy. Sleep became both a refuge and a source of anxiety. In dreams, her magic flowed freely, creating fantastic landscapes of light and beauty that felt more real and natural than her waking life. She would often wake with tears on her cheeks, mourning the loss of these magical visions and dreading the return to a world where her truest self had to remain hidden. Yet she also feared that her dream magic might somehow manifest in the physical world, leading her to develop the habit of checking her room each morning for any signs that her sleeping mind had betrayed her secret. Her relationship with food and drink required careful management as well. She discovered that certain substances could lower her magical inhibitions, making concealment more difficult when she needed it most. Wine, in particular, seemed to dissolve the careful barriers she had constructed around her abilities, leading her to abstain from alcohol entirely rather than risk exposure during social gatherings where drinking was expected. She explained this choice as a personal preference for maintaining clear thinking, an explanation that was both true and completely misleading. The constant effort of concealment began to affect her physical health in ways that worried her family. She lost weight despite maintaining a normal appetite, her body burning through energy at an accelerated rate due to the magical suppression she maintained. Dark circles appeared under her eyes from the mental strain of constant vigilance, and she developed a slight tremor in her hands that appeared during particularly stressful social situations. Her parents attributed these changes to the normal challenges of growing up and assuming increased responsibilities, but Lux knew the true cause lay in the exhausting double life she was forced to maintain. As months passed and her concealment skills improved, Lux began to develop a more sophisticated understanding of how her magic interacted with the world around her. She learned that certain materials and environments could enhance or dampen her abilities, knowledge that allowed her to choose clothing and accessories that would help maintain her cover. She discovered that Petricite, the anti-magic stone so prevalent in Demacian architecture, created a subtle dampening effect that made concealment easier, though it also left her feeling vaguely ill and disconnected from her magical nature. Most importantly, she began to understand that perfect concealment was not simply about suppressing her abilities, but about redirecting their energy in ways that appeared completely natural. She learned to use her magical sensitivity to light and illumination to excel in activities that seemed unrelated to magic, positioning herself advantageously in conversations, choosing flattering angles during social gatherings, and developing an almost supernatural ability to read the moods and intentions of those around her through subtle cues in their body language and the way light played across their features. These skills, born from the necessity of hiding her magical nature, gradually transformed Lux into one of the most socially adept young women in Demacian society. Her ability to read people and situations with uncanny accuracy, combined with her natural intelligence and charm, made her a sought-after presence at social gatherings and a valuable asset to her family's political and social ambitions. Yet this success felt hollow to her, knowing that it was built upon a foundation of deception that grew more elaborate with each passing day. The most painful aspect of her concealment education involved learning to hide her abilities from those she loved most. She watched her family interact with complete openness and honesty, sharing their thoughts and feelings without reservation, while she maintained careful barriers that prevented true intimacy. Every conversation with her parents or Garen felt like a betrayal, as she participated fully in their lives, while keeping the most important part of herself locked away where they could never reach it. Yet even as the weight of concealment grew heavier with each passing month, Lux began to recognize unexpected gifts that emerged from her difficult education. The discipline required to maintain her magical concealment had strengthened her willpower and self-control in ways that served her well in all areas of life. Her ability to maintain composure under pressure, to think clearly in stressful situations, and to manage complex emotional responses made her more capable and confident than many of her peers. Moreover, the constant awareness of her own internal state had developed in her an unusual degree of emotional intelligence and empathy. She could recognize subtle signs of distress or excitement in others because she had become so expert at monitoring these same qualities in herself. This sensitivity, combined with her genuine desire to help others, began to manifest as an almost uncanny ability to provide comfort and support to friends and acquaintances who were struggling with their own hidden burdens. As the season turned, and the lessons in concealment became second nature rather than conscious effort, Lux began to understand that she was becoming someone entirely new, neither the innocent child she had once been, nor the dangerous mage that Demacian law would label her, but something more complex and nuanced. She was learning to be a bridge between worlds, someone who could move with equal grace through the orderly society of Demacia and the hidden realm of magical possibility that lived within her heart. The education in concealment that had begun as a desperate necessity was gradually revealing itself to be preparation for a larger purpose, though Lux could not yet envision what that destiny might hold. She was learning skills that would prove invaluable, not just for hiding her own nature, but for protecting others who shared her dangerous gifts. The empathy born from her own struggles with concealment was teaching her to recognize the signs of hidden magical ability in others, knowledge that would one day make her a beacon of hope for mages throughout Demacia. In the quiet moments when she allowed herself to contemplate her situation, Lux sometimes wondered if her magical abilities had awakened not as a curse to be hidden, but as a calling to be fulfilled. Perhaps her gift for concealment was not simply about survival, but about learning to move unseen through a world that needed changing, carrying light into dark places where others could not go. As we reflect on Lux's painstaking education in the art of hiding her truest self, we might consider the masks we all wear to navigate social expectations and protect our vulnerabilities. What parts of yourself do you keep hidden from the world? And what would it mean to find safe spaces where those hidden aspects could finally be revealed and accepted? Chapter 4. The Illuminator's Discovery. Sometimes the most profound discoveries come not through grand revelations, but through the accumulation of small signs that gradually coalesce into undeniable truth. Tonight, as we continue our journey through the hidden world of Luxana Crownguard, we explore the moment when her isolation transformed into connection, when she learned that the burden she had carried alone was shared by others who moved through Demacia's halls with secrets as carefully guarded as her own. The discovery began, as many important revelations do, with something so subtle it might have been dismissed as imagination by anyone less attuned to the nuances of concealed magic. Lux was 15 when she first noticed the pattern, a barely perceptible tendency for certain individuals to position themselves near light sources during social gatherings, their movements unconsciously drawn to windows and candles, with a consistency that spoke of deeper need, rather than mere preference. At first, she attributed these observations to her own heightened awareness of illumination in all its forms. Years of managing her magical concealment had made her extraordinarily sensitive to how people interacted with light and shadow, and she assumed she was simply projecting her own needs onto the behavior of others. Yet, as months passed, and the pattern persisted across different social settings and involving different individuals, she began to suspect that her observations might reflect something more significant than mere coincidence. The first person to catch her serious attention was Lady Kahina Voss, a distant cousin of one of Demacia's lesser noble houses, who appeared frequently at court functions despite her relatively modest social standing. Kahina possessed a quiet elegance that made her popular among other young ladies of the court, yet there was something about her manner that set her apart in ways Lux couldn't initially define. She moved with a particular grace that seemed almost choreographed, as if every gesture and expression had been carefully rehearsed for maximum effect. More intriguing still was Kahina's uncanny ability to appear at exactly the right moment in social situations, arriving just as conversations reached interesting turning points, positioning herself perfectly to overhear important discussions, or managing to be present whenever someone needed comfort or assistance. At first, Lux admired what she assumed was exceptional social intuition, but gradually she began to recognize something familiar in the way Kahina seemed to anticipate social dynamics with almost supernatural accuracy. The breakthrough came during a winter solstice celebration at the royal palace, when Lux found herself observing Kahina from across a crowded ballroom filled with hundreds of Demacia's most prominent citizens. The great hall glittered with thousands of candles whose flames created a warm, golden atmosphere that made everyone appear more beautiful and vibrant than usual. As Lux watched, she noticed that the candles nearest to Kahina burned slightly brighter than those in other areas of the room, their flames reaching higher and casting more intense illumination than should have been possible, given their identical construction. The effect was so subtle that it would have been invisible to anyone not specifically looking for such anomalies, but to Lux's magically trained eye, it was unmistakable evidence of concealed magical influence. Someone was unconsciously, or perhaps very carefully, enhancing the local illumination in ways that flattered her appearance and drew positive attention without being obvious enough to trigger suspicion. The technique was remarkably similar to methods Lux herself had experimented with during her private practice sessions. Rather than feeling alarmed by this discovery, Lux experienced a profound sense of relief and excitement. Here, finally, was evidence that she was not alone in her struggle to conceal magical abilities within Demacian society. Somewhere in the crowd of elegant nobles and distinguished citizens moved at least one other person who understood the delicate balance between expression and concealment, who knew the constant vigilance required to live authentically while appearing to conform to societal expectations. The challenge now lay in making contact without exposing either of them to unnecessary risk. Lux spent the remainder of the evening observing Kahina's behavior patterns, looking for signs of how she might approach someone she suspected of sharing her dangerous secret. She noticed that Kahina had a habit of lingering near artistic displays, particularly paintings and tapestries that depicted scenes involving dramatic lighting effects. When discussing art with other guests, her commentary displayed an unusually sophisticated understanding of how light and shadow could be used to create emotional impact and visual interest. The opportunity for contact came several weeks later during a smaller gathering at the Crown Guard estate, where Lux's mother was hosting an intimate salon for ladies interested in supporting local artists and craftspeople. Kahina was among the invited guests, and Lux found herself positioned near a display of illuminated manuscripts, whose delicate gold leafwork seemed to shimmer with unusual vibrancy in the afternoon light streaming through nearby windows. As they stood together admiring the artistic treasures, Lux carefully crafted her approach. "The way the light catches these gilt letters is quite remarkable," she commented, allowing a note of genuine appreciation to color her voice. "It's almost as if the illumination itself is part of the artistic design." Kahina's response was immediate and telling. Her eyes sharpened with interest as she studied, not the manuscripts, but Lux herself. "Yes," she replied carefully. "There's something to be said for the way certain people have a talent for bringing out the best in illuminated works. Some individuals seem to have a natural affinity for helping light reveal its full potential." The coded exchange confirmed Lux's suspicions, while providing both women with plausible deniability if their conversation were overheard. They continued discussing art and illumination for several more minutes, each comment layered with double meanings that allowed them to test each other's understanding without committing to explicit admissions. By the end of the conversation, both had communicated their shared secret and their desire for further contact without saying anything that could be construed as treasonous by an outside observer. The relationship that developed between Lux and Kahina over the following months opened up an entirely new world of possibility and understanding. Through carefully orchestrated private meetings, usually arranged under the guise of shared artistic interests, Lux learned that Kahina's magical abilities manifested primarily as enhanced perception and intuition, rather than the dramatic light manipulation that characterized her own gift. Kahina could sense the emotional states of others with remarkable accuracy, could anticipate social dynamics before they developed, and possessed an almost supernatural ability to be in the right place at the right time. More importantly, Kahina revealed that she was not an isolated individual struggling alone with her dangerous secret, but rather part of a carefully organized network of Demacian mages who had found each other despite the kingdom's best efforts to prevent magical collaboration. This network, which called itself the Illuminators, had been operating in secret for decades, helping magical individuals survive and even thrive within Demacian society, while maintaining absolute secrecy about their true nature. The revelation that such an organization existed within the heart of anti-magic Demacia filled Lux with a mixture of excitement and terror. On one hand, the knowledge that she was part of a larger community of hidden mages provided the sense of belonging and understanding she had craved for years. On the other hand, the existence of such a network implied levels of risk and conspiracy that made her individual secret seem simple by comparison. If the Illuminators were discovered, the consequences would extend far beyond any single person to encompass dozens or perhaps hundreds of Demacian mages and their families. Kahina explained that the Illuminators operated according to strict principles designed to protect all members while maximizing their ability to help other magical individuals in need. The organization was structured in small, independent cells, with most members knowing only a few other participants directly. This compartmentalization ensured that if any cell were compromised, the damage to the larger network would be limited. Communication between cells occurred through elaborate systems of coded messages and symbolic arrangements that could be interpreted by those with the proper knowledge, while appearing innocent to outside observers. The Illuminator's primary mission involved identifying and protecting other mages who might be struggling to conceal their abilities, or who were at risk of discovery by Demacian authorities. They provided guidance on concealment techniques, emotional support for those dealing with the isolation of their double lives, and practical assistance in emergency situations where magical individuals faced immediate danger. In extreme cases, they could arrange for threatened mages to disappear entirely, spiriting them away to safer locations beyond Demacia's borders. Learning about the Illuminator's work filled Lux with a sense of purpose she had never experienced before. Her magical abilities, which had long felt like nothing more than a dangerous burden to be hidden, suddenly took on new meaning as potential tools for helping others in similar situations. Her position within Demacian nobility, her family's political connections, and her hard-won expertise in magical concealment could all be valuable assets in the work of protecting vulnerable mages throughout the kingdom. Yet joining the Illuminators also meant accepting new levels of risk and responsibility that extended far beyond her personal situation. No longer would her primary concern be simply avoiding discovery for her own sake. She would be taking on obligations to protect other people's secrets, to participate in activities that went beyond individual concealment to active conspiracy against Demacian law, and to make decisions that could affect the safety and welfare of magical individuals she might never meet personally. The initiation process for new Illuminators was deliberately gradual and carefully observed, designed to ensure that potential members possessed both the necessary skills and the psychological stability required for such dangerous work. Lux spent months proving her commitment and capabilities through small assignments that tested her ability to gather information, maintain secrets, and provide assistance to magical individuals in need. Each successful mission built her confidence while demonstrating the complex challenges faced by the organization. Her first major assignment involved helping a young merchant's son whose fire magic had begun manifesting at the worst possible time. During his apprenticeship in a profession that brought him into regular contact with Demacian officials, the boy's abilities were growing stronger and more difficult to control. threatening to expose not only himself but potentially anyone who tried to help him. Lux used her social connections to arrange for him to be transferred to a position in a remote trading post, while Kahina worked through her own network to provide him with mentorship from an experienced fire mage who could teach him proper concealment techniques. The success of this mission revealed to Lux how much the Illuminators accomplished through careful coordination and mutual support. What might have been an impossible situation for an isolated individual became manageable through the combined resources and expertise of the network. She began to understand that her years of solitary struggle, while necessary for developing her concealment skills, had also limited her ability to envision solutions that involved collaboration and shared risk. As she became more deeply involved with the Illuminators, Lux discovered that the organization attracted mages from every level of Demacian society. Nobles and commoners, merchants and artisans, scholars and laborers, all found themselves bound together by their shared secret and their mutual commitment to survival in a hostile environment. This diversity of backgrounds and perspectives strengthened the network's capabilities, while also creating complex challenges in terms of communication and coordination. The emotional impact of joining the Illuminators extended far beyond the practical benefits of having allies and resources. For the first time since her magical abilities had manifested, Lux was able to be completely honest about her experiences with people who truly understood what she had endured. The isolation and fear that had colored her adolescence began to ease as she formed genuine friendships with individuals who shared her struggles and accepted her magical nature as a fundamental part of who she was meant to be. Yet even within the relatively safe space created by the Illuminators, Lux found that complete openness remained impossible. The organization's security protocols required that members know as little as possible about each other's personal lives and circumstances outside of their magical activities. This meant that while she could discuss her abilities and her work with the network freely, she still could not share the full truth about her family background, her political connections, or her position within Demacian society. The discovery of the Illuminators marked a turning point in Lux's understanding of her place in the world. No longer was she simply a lone mage struggling to survive in an anti-magic society. She had become part of a community of individuals working together to create space for magical expression within the heart of Demacia itself. This transformation from isolated individual to network member brought new responsibilities and new risks, but also new hope for the possibility that change might be possible even within the most rigid and traditional of kingdoms. As we consider Lux's discovery of the Illuminators and her integration into their hidden world, we might reflect on the power of finding community among those who share our struggles and understand our challenges. When have you discovered that burdens you thought you carried alone were actually shared by others who could offer support and understanding? How does it change us when we realize we are part of something larger than ourselves? Chapter 5. Brother and Duty. In the golden hours before sunset, when shadows grow long and familiar faces take on the warm glow of approaching evening, the bonds between siblings reveal themselves in their truest form, complex tapestries woven from love, protection, shared history, and sometimes heartbreaking misunderstanding. Tonight, as we delve deeper into Luxana's hidden world, we explore perhaps the most painful aspect of her double life, the relationship with her beloved brother Garen, whose unwavering devotion to Demacian ideals placed him in direct opposition to everything she had become. From their earliest childhood, Garen had been Lux's protector and champion, the older brother whose strength and confidence made her feel safe in a world that sometimes seemed too large and overwhelming for a young girl to navigate alone. 3 years her senior, he possessed the kind of natural leadership and moral certainty that made others instinctively look to him for guidance. Even as children playing in the gardens of the Crown Guard estate, Garen had shown the qualities that would one day make him legendary: an unshakable sense of right and wrong, fierce loyalty to those he loved, and the courage to stand against any threat that might endanger the innocent. Their bond had been forged through countless shared adventures and quiet moments of sibling companionship. Garen had taught her to ride, patiently holding the reins of her pony while she learned to find her balance in the saddle. He had comforted her through childhood nightmares, his steady presence in the doorway of her room, enough to chase away any fears that might have disturbed her sleep. When she struggled with difficult lessons, or felt overwhelmed by the expectations placed upon young nobility, Garen's encouraging words and absolute faith in her abilities had given her the strength to persevere. As they grew older and their individual destinies began to take shape, the foundation of their relationship remained constant even as new complexities emerged. Garen's path toward becoming one of Demacia's greatest warriors was marked by achievements that filled the entire Crown Guard family with pride. His dedication to training, his natural talent with sword and shield, and his unwavering commitment to Demacian values marked him as a future leader who would carry forward the family's honored tradition of service. Yet it was precisely these qualities that made Garen's presence in Lux's life both a source of comfort and a constant reminder of the impossible contradiction she embodied. Every expression of pride in her brother's accomplishments carried with it the knowledge that those same achievements were built upon principles that condemned her very existence. When Garen spoke passionately about protecting Demacia from magical threats, when he trained with other young knights to combat mages and magical creatures, when he recited the oaths that bound him to oppose everything she represented, in those moments, Lux felt the full weight of the chasm that her secret had created between them. The irony of their situation became most apparent during the family gatherings, where Garen would share stories from his training and early service. His eyes would light up as he described successful missions against magical threats, his voice filled with satisfaction as he recounted how Demacian forces had protected innocent civilians from the chaos and destruction that magic inevitably brought. These tales, meant to entertain and inspire his family, instead filled Lux with a complex mixture of pride in his heroism and despair at the realization that she was exactly the kind of threat he had sworn to eliminate. What made these moments particularly painful was the genuine love and admiration that Garen showed for her, even as he unknowingly condemned everything she had become. He praised her intelligence and wit, delighted in her achievements in areas deemed appropriate for young ladies of their station, and frequently expressed his determination to protect her from any danger that might threaten her happiness or safety. The knowledge that he would be willing to die defending her, while simultaneously being duty-bound to arrest or execute her if he knew her true nature, created an emotional burden that sometimes threatened to overwhelm her carefully maintained composure. As Garen's reputation grew, and his responsibilities within the Demacian military expanded, his presence in Lux's daily life became both more prominent and more complicated. His success brought increased attention to the entire Crown Guard family, which meant that Lux's own behavior was scrutinized more carefully by those who expected the sister of such a paragon to embody Demacian virtues with equal dedication. Every social gathering, every public appearance, every interaction with other noble families carried the implicit expectation that she would reflect credit upon her brother's growing legend. This pressure might have been manageable if it involved only external expectations, but the most difficult aspect of the situation was Garen's own protective instincts toward his sister. His love for her manifested as a constant vigilance against anything that might harm or corrupt her, including influences that he perceived as potentially dangerous to her moral or spiritual development. He worried about her reading materials, her choice of friends, and her exposure to ideas that might challenge traditional Demacian values. These concerns, born from genuine affection and a desire to see her thrive within the society they both called home, created situations where Lux found herself having to deceive the person she loved most. When Garen questioned her about new friendships or unusual interests, she had to construct elaborate explanations that would satisfy his protective instincts while concealing her true activities. When he offered advice about how to navigate social situations or warned her about potential threats to her reputation, she had to accept his guidance gracefully while knowing that her actual life bore no resemblance to the innocent existence he imagined for her. The most challenging moments came when Garen's military duties brought him into direct contact with magical incidents or threats that Lux knew had connections to her work with the Illuminators. She would listen to his accounts of investigating suspicious activities or pursuing dangerous mages, all the while knowing that some of those threats were actually innocent people she had helped to safety. The cognitive dissonance of celebrating her brother's heroism while grieving for the lives his success had disrupted created an internal tension that grew more difficult to bear with each passing season. Yet, even as the gap between their worldviews widened, the fundamental bond between them remained strong. Garen's protective instincts toward Lux never wavered, and her love for him deepened as she gained greater appreciation for the moral complexity of his position. She could see that his dedication to Demacian ideals came not from blind obedience, but from genuine belief in the importance of protecting innocent people from harm. His opposition to magic stemmed from personal experience with the destruction that uncontrolled magical forces could cause, and his commitment to duty reflected a character that placed service above personal comfort. This understanding made it impossible for Lux to simply dismiss Garen's beliefs as ignorant or misguided. Instead, she found herself caught between two equally valid perspectives: her own experience of magic as a force for beauty and healing, and her brother's knowledge of its capacity for chaos and destruction. The contradiction forced her to develop a more nuanced understanding of the conflict between magical and non-magical populations, one that recognized legitimate concerns on both sides, while still maintaining her commitment to protecting vulnerable mages. The emotional strain of this situation was compounded by moments when Garen's intuitive understanding of his sister's nature brought him uncomfortably close to the truth. Despite his lack of magical sensitivity, he possessed the kind of deep familial knowledge that allowed him to recognize when Lux was troubled or hiding something significant. His questions about her well-being, his observations about changes in her behavior, and his offers of help with whatever problems she might be facing, all demonstrated a level of care and attention that made her deception feel like a betrayal of his trust. There were times when Lux almost confessed everything, moments when the weight of her secret became so overwhelming that the prospect of honesty seemed preferable to continued deception. She would find herself on the verge of revealing her magical nature, convinced that Garen's love for her would overcome his duty to Demacian law. Yet each time she reached this point, the rational part of her mind would assert itself, reminding her that such a confession would destroy not only her own life, but potentially Garen's career and their family's reputation as well. The knowledge that her secret could harm those she loved most added another layer of complexity to her relationship with her brother. She was not simply hiding her magical nature to protect herself, but to shield Garen from the impossible choice between family loyalty and civic duty that her revelation would force upon him. By maintaining her deception, she was preserving his ability to serve Demacia with a clear conscience, even though the cost of this protection was the gradual erosion of authentic intimacy between them. As Garen's responsibilities grew, and he began to take on leadership roles within the Demacian military structure, Lux found herself in the unique position of having intimate access to information about anti-mage operations and policies. Through casual family conversations, she learned about planned crackdowns on suspected magical activity, changes in enforcement procedures, and new techniques being developed to identify and apprehend mages. This intelligence proved invaluable to the Illuminators, allowing them to adjust their activities and protect their members from discovery. Yet using information gained through her relationship with Garen felt like another betrayal, even though she used it only to prevent harm to innocent people. Every piece of intelligence she passed along to the Illuminators represented another step away from the honest relationship she had once shared with her brother. Another reminder that their lives were now built upon fundamentally incompatible foundations. The most painful aspect of this dynamic was the gradual realization that her deception was changing not just her relationship with Garen, but her own character as well. The constant need to manipulate conversations, to redirect his attention, and to present false versions of her thoughts and feelings was teaching her skills in duplicity that she found disturbing. She was becoming expert at reading his emotions and responses, not out of loving concern for his well-being, but in order to maintain her own concealment more effectively. Despite these challenges, moments of genuine connection between them continued to occur, usually when their conversation turned to topics that had nothing to do with magic or Demacian politics. When they discussed childhood memories, shared observations about their parents, or simply enjoyed each other's company during family gatherings, Lux could almost forget the complications that her secret had introduced into their relationship. These interludes reminded her of what they had once been to each other, and what they might have remained if circumstances had been different. As seasons passed and both siblings continued to grow into their respective destinies, Lux began to develop a deeper understanding of the sacrifice that her magical nature demanded, not just from her, but from her entire family. By being forced to maintain her deception, she was robbing all of them of the opportunity to love and accept her completely. Her parents and Garen were loving a version of her that didn't truly exist, while the real Luxana remained hidden behind layers of careful performance and strategic omission. Yet she also began to recognize that her love for them, particularly for Garen, was teaching her important lessons about the nature of protection and sacrifice. Just as he was willing to risk his life to defend innocent people from threats they couldn't handle themselves, she was learning to accept the isolation and pain of her secret life in order to shield those she loved from knowledge that would only cause them suffering. The relationship between Lux and Garen had become a complex dance of love and deception, protection and betrayal, shared history and growing divergence. Neither sibling could be entirely honest with the other, yet their bond remained strong enough to survive the strains that their different paths had placed upon it. In learning to love her brother, despite the fundamental opposition between their worldviews, Lux was developing the emotional resilience and moral complexity that would serve her well in the larger challenges that lay ahead. As we contemplate the tender tragedy of Lux's relationship with Garen, we might reflect on the bonds that connect us to those we love, even when our paths diverge in painful ways. How do we maintain love and loyalty when our deepest convictions place us at odds with those closest to us? What does it mean to protect someone by accepting the loneliness that comes from keeping our truest selves hidden from their view? Chapter 6. The Mageseekers' Shadow. In the depths of night, when ordinary citizens sleep peacefully in their beds, certain shadows move through Demacia's streets with purpose that chills the blood of those who know their true mission. Tonight, as our journey through Luxana's hidden world continues, we explore the ever-present threat that haunted every moment of her existence. The Mageseekers, those dedicated hunters whose sworn duty was to root out magical corruption wherever it might hide, even in the most unexpected places. The Mageseekers represented everything that Demacia believed necessary for its survival, embodied in an organization that combined religious fervor with methodical efficiency. These were not merely soldiers following orders, but true believers who saw themselves as guardians of civilization itself, standing between innocent citizens and the chaotic forces that would tear their ordered world apart. Their dedication to their mission was absolute, their methods refined through generations of experience, and their reach extended into every corner of Demacian society. For someone like Lux, living under the constant possibility of Mageseeker scrutiny meant that paranoia became not a character flaw, but a survival skill. Every interaction with strangers carried the potential for exposure. Every unusual occurrence in her vicinity might trigger an investigation, and every moment of imperfect control over her abilities could provide the evidence that would seal her fate. The knowledge that these hunters moved invisibly through the same social circles she frequented transformed even the most innocent social gatherings into minefields of potential discovery. The Mageseekers' methods had been perfected over centuries of hunting magical individuals who had learned to hide their abilities with increasing sophistication. They understood that the most dangerous mages were often those who appeared most normal, who had integrated themselves so completely into Demacian society that their magical nature remained undetected for years or even decades. This knowledge shaped their approach, making them suspicious of excellence, wary of coincidence, and alert to patterns that might indicate supernatural influence. One of their most effective techniques involved the careful observation of social dynamics over extended periods. Mageseekers would monitor individuals who seemed to have unusual influence over others, who appeared at the center of too many fortunate coincidences, or who demonstrated capabilities that seemed to exceed normal human limitations. They looked for people who were liked just a little too much, who succeeded just a little too often, or who seemed to navigate complex social situations with almost supernatural ease. This methodology made Luck's position particularly precarious, as many of the social advantages she had gained through her magical abilities and enhanced perception could easily be interpreted as evidence of supernatural influence. Her unusual success in reading people's emotions and intentions, her ability to position herself advantageously in social situations, and her knack for saying exactly the right thing at the right moment, all of these could trigger Mageseeker interest if they occurred too frequently or too obviously. The organization also employed more direct detection methods, using specialized equipment and techniques designed to reveal magical residue that might linger around individuals who had recently used their abilities. Certain crystals and treated metals could react to magical energy in ways that were invisible to untrained observers, but unmistakable to those who knew what to look for. These tools were often disguised as ordinary jewelry or decorative objects, allowing Mageseekers to test suspected individuals without their knowledge. Perhaps most terrifying of all were the human assets that the Mageseekers cultivated within various social circles. These were ordinary citizens who had been recruited, through persuasion or coercion, to report on unusual behavior among their neighbors, colleagues, and acquaintances. Some were true believers who saw such reporting as their patriotic duty. Others were individuals who had been compromised in some way and forced to cooperate in exchange for leniency or protection. The existence of such informants meant that no social circle was truly safe, no friendship was above suspicion, and no conversation was guaranteed to remain private. Lux's first direct encounter with Mageseeker attention came during her 17th year, when a series of apparently unrelated incidents drew their focus to the social circles surrounding several noble houses. A merchant's daughter had demonstrated unusual insight into market trends, predicting shifts in commodity prices with uncanny accuracy. A young clerk in the city administration had shown remarkable ability to expedite complex bureaucratic processes, completing tasks in days that should have taken weeks. A minor nobleman's son had begun winning at cards with consistency that suggested supernatural luck. None of these incidents, taken individually, would have warranted investigation, but when analyzed together by minds trained to look for patterns, they suggested the possible existence of a coordinated network of magical individuals operating within Demacian society. The Mageseekers began a careful campaign of observation and testing, designed to either confirm their suspicions or eliminate these individuals from consideration. The investigation process was subtle but thorough, beginning with enhanced surveillance of the suspected individuals and gradually expanding to include their families, friends, and regular associates. Mageseekers infiltrated social gatherings, posed as servants or delivery workers to gain access to private spaces, and used their network of informants to gather detailed information about the daily routines and behavioral patterns of their targets. Lux became aware of the investigation when she noticed subtle changes in the social dynamics of gatherings she regularly attended. Conversations that had once flowed naturally began to feel stilted and artificial, as if participants were conscious of being observed. New faces appeared at parties and salons, individuals who seemed pleasant enough, but whose questions probed just a little too deeply into personal matters. Friends and acquaintances began displaying uncharacteristic interest in her family background, her education, and her opinions on various political and social topics. The realization that she was likely under active surveillance filled Lux with a terror unlike anything she had experienced before. All of her careful training in concealment had prepared her for the possibility of casual observation or random testing, but the knowledge that professional hunters were systematically studying her behavior forced her to reevaluate every aspect of her public presentation. She began second-guessing interactions that had once felt natural, analyzing her own responses for signs that might betray her supernatural nature. The psychological pressure of sustained surveillance proved almost as challenging as the practical difficulties it created. Lux found herself becoming hyper-vigilant to an exhausting degree, constantly monitoring not just her own behavior, but the reactions of everyone around her. She looked for signs that conversations were being steered in particular directions, watched for individuals who seemed to be paying unusual attention to her responses, and developed an almost paranoid awareness of her physical surroundings. Sleep became elusive as her mind raced through endless scenarios of discovery and capture. She would lie awake analyzing conversations from earlier in the day, wondering if particular questions had been attempts to test her knowledge or reactions. Every invitation to social events became a source of anxiety, as she weighed the risks of attendance against the suspicion that declining might generate. The constant stress began to affect her physical health, creating visible signs of strain that potentially provided the Mageseekers with additional evidence of unusual circumstances in her life. Through her connections with the Illuminators, Lux learned that the investigation had already claimed several victims. The merchant's daughter had disappeared one night. Her family told that she had been transferred to a distant city for her own protection. The efficient clerk had been quietly reassigned to a remote posting where his unusual capabilities could be more carefully monitored. The lucky card player had suffered a riding accident that left him with memory problems, though rumors suggested his difficulties were not entirely accidental. These disappearances served as stark reminders of what awaited anyone whose magical nature was confirmed by Mageseeker investigation. The organization's methods for dealing with identified mages varied depending on the perceived threat level and the individual's social position, but they all shared a common goal of removing magical influence from Demacian society. Some mages were simply exiled, sent beyond the kingdom's borders with warnings never to return. Others faced imprisonment in specialized facilities designed to contain magical abilities. The most dangerous were executed, though such extreme measures were typically reserved for those whose powers posed direct threats to public safety. The knowledge that she was being hunted forced Lux to make fundamental changes to her lifestyle and behavior patterns. She curtailed her involvement with the Illuminators, reducing her activities to emergency situations where her unique position and capabilities were absolutely essential. She altered her social routines, varying her attendance at regular gatherings and avoiding patterns that might make surveillance easier. Most importantly, she imposed even stricter controls on her magical abilities, using them only when absolutely necessary, and always with extreme caution. These precautions came at a significant cost to both her magical development and her emotional well-being. The reduction in practice time meant that her abilities began to feel less controlled and more unpredictable, creating a dangerous cycle where fear of discovery led to reduced training, which in turn led to less reliable concealment. The social isolation required for security purposes left her feeling disconnected from the relationships and activities that had once brought her joy and fulfillment. The investigation continued for months, with the Mageseekers systematically working through their list of suspects and gradually narrowing their focus to those individuals whose behavior continued to suggest supernatural influences. Lux watched as the net tightened around her social circle, eliminating some suspects while increasing scrutiny on others. She learned to recognize the signs that indicated when someone was about to be taken, the subtle changes in their behavior as they sensed the approaching danger, the increased attention from strangers, the gradual isolation as friends and associates began to distance themselves from potential trouble. The crisis reached its peak when Lux discovered that one of the Mageseekers' prime suspects was Kahina Voss, her initial contact within the Illuminators, and one of the few people who knew about her magical abilities. If Kahina were captured and interrogated, the information she possessed could potentially expose dozens of other mages, including Lux herself. The knowledge that her friend and mentor was in immediate danger forced Lux to make choices that went against every survival instinct she had developed. Working with the Illuminator's emergency protocols, Lux participated in a carefully coordinated effort to help Kahina disappear before she could be apprehended. This involved using her social connections to create plausible explanations for Kahina's absence, her magical abilities to facilitate the escape route, and her knowledge of Mageseeker procedures to identify safe windows for action. The operation succeeded, but not without cost. Several other Illuminators were forced to sacrifice their own positions to ensure Kahina's safety, and the network's activities in the capital were severely disrupted. The successful extraction of a key suspect from under their noses infuriated the Mageseekers and prompted them to intensify their investigation. They began using more aggressive techniques, including direct confrontation of suspects and the deployment of specialized magical detection equipment in social settings. The increased pressure forced many of the remaining suspected mages to either flee the capital or go so deep into hiding that their activities became severely restricted. For Lux, the heightened Mageseeker activity created a situation where her continued presence in Demacian high society became increasingly dangerous, not just for herself, but for anyone who might be associated with her. Yet leaving the capital was not an option, as her absence would generate exactly the kind of suspicious attention that could trigger a more thorough investigation of her background and family connections. She was trapped between the need to maintain her normal routine and the knowledge that every public appearance brought her closer to potential discovery. The resolution came gradually, as the Mageseekers' investigation eventually concluded that their initial suspicions had been exaggerated. The pattern of unusual events that had triggered their attention was attributed to coincidence and the normal variation in human capabilities rather than coordinated magical activity. Several of their suspects had disappeared or left the area, which was interpreted as evidence of guilt, but the lack of concrete proof prevented them from pursuing more aggressive measures against the remaining individuals. Yet even as the immediate crisis passed, Lux understood that the threat represented by the Mageseekers would never truly disappear. They would continue to hunt, continue to investigate, and continue to refine their methods for detecting magical individuals who thought themselves safely hidden. Her survival depended not just on her own concealment abilities, but on her capacity to remain constantly alert to the signs that might indicate renewed attention from these dedicated hunters. The experience of living under active Mageseeker scrutiny had taught Lux valuable lessons about the nature of the conflict between magical and non-magical populations in Demacia. She had gained first-hand understanding of how effectively the organization operated, how thoroughly they could investigate suspected individuals, and how ruthlessly they would act to eliminate perceived threats. This knowledge would prove invaluable in her future work with the Illuminators, but it came at the cost of an innocence she could never recover. The comfortable illusion that careful concealment alone would be sufficient to ensure her safety. As we contemplate the shadow of the Mageseekers that fell across Lux's world, we might consider the weight of living under constant surveillance and the courage required to maintain one's identity when discovery could mean destruction. How do we preserve our authentic selves when the very act of being true to our nature places us in mortal danger? What does it cost us to live in fear of those who would judge us without understanding the full truth of who we are? Chapter 7. Light in the darkness. In those precious moments when twilight surrenders to night, when the last rays of sun paint the world in shades of gold and amber, light reveals its most profound nature, not merely illumination, but hope itself made visible. As we continue our journey through Luxana's secret world, we explore how her magical abilities evolved from a burden to be hidden into a force for healing and protection, transforming her from a frightened girl concealing her nature into a beacon of hope for those lost in Demacia's shadows. The years of enforced concealment and careful practice had given Lux an understanding of her light magic that went far beyond simple manipulation of illumination. Where once she had been able to bend existing light sources and create basic glowing effects, she now commanded abilities that seemed to bridge the gap between the physical and spiritual realms. Her light carried within it qualities of warmth, comfort, and healing that went beyond mere luminosity, as if the very essence of hope and compassion had been given visible form. This evolution in her capabilities began to manifest most clearly during quiet moments of private practice, when the accumulated stress and fear of her double life would occasionally overwhelm her careful emotional controls. In these vulnerable instances, her magic would respond not to conscious direction, but to the deeper needs of her spirit. The light that emerged during such episodes possessed a gentleness and warmth that seemed to heal not just her body, but the emotional wounds that years of isolation and deception had carved into her heart. The first time Lux consciously used her abilities to help another person occurred during a winter evening when she discovered one of the Crown Guard estate's kitchen maids collapsed in a storage room, overcome by exhaustion and fever. The young woman, barely older than Lux herself, had been working despite her illness because she could not afford to lose the wages that absence would cost her family. Finding her unconscious and burning with fever, Lux faced a choice that would define the direction of her magical development. Rather than seeking conventional help that might arrive too late, Lux allowed her instinctive compassion to guide her magical response. The light that flowed from her hands as she touched the fevered girl's forehead carried within it a quality of healing that seemed to address not just the symptoms of illness, but the underlying exhaustion and despair that had made recovery impossible. As the gentle radiance enveloped them both, Lux felt a connection form between her magic and the other woman's life force, a joining that allowed her healing intentions to flow directly into the places where they were most needed. The effect was remarkable and immediate. Color returned to the maid's pale cheeks. Her labored breathing eased into the natural rhythm of healthy sleep, and the dangerous fever that had threatened her life broke within minutes of Lux's intervention. Yet what struck Lux most profoundly was not the physical healing she had facilitated, but the sense of profound rightness that accompanied the use of her abilities for such purposes. For the first time since her powers had manifested, she felt as though she was using them as they were meant to be used, not as weapons or tools of deception, but as instruments of compassion and restoration. This experience opened up entirely new possibilities for how Lux might employ her magical gifts within the constraints of her hidden existence. She began to seek out opportunities to help others, always carefully and always in complete secrecy, but with growing confidence in her ability to make a positive difference in the lives of those around her. Her position within Demacian high society provided access to information about people in need, while her magical abilities offered solutions that conventional help could not provide. Her methods became increasingly sophisticated as she learned to disguise her magical interventions as natural occurrences or fortunate coincidences. When elderly servants struggled with failing eyesight, Lux would arrange for them to work in areas where her subtle light enhancement could help them see more clearly without revealing the supernatural source of their improved vision. When children in the city's poorer districts suffered from illnesses that conventional medicine could not cure, she would find ways to visit their neighborhoods and provide healing through brief, seemingly accidental contact. The development of her healing abilities required Lux to study the relationship between light, life, and spiritual well-being in ways that pushed the boundaries of her understanding. She discovered that different types of illness and injury responded to different qualities of illumination. Physical wounds healed fastest when exposed to warm, golden light that seemed to accelerate the body's natural recovery processes. Emotional trauma required softer, silvery radiance that could soothe troubled minds and help repair damage to the spirit. Magical ailments, which she occasionally encountered among members of the Illuminator's network, needed precisely controlled therapeutic light that could counteract supernatural influences without causing additional harm. This specialized knowledge made Lux invaluable to the Illuminator's rescue and support operations. When magical individuals were injured during escape attempts, or suffered from the effects of forced suppression of their abilities, her unique healing capabilities often meant the difference between recovery and permanent damage. She learned to work quickly and efficiently, providing emergency treatment that stabilized patients until they could reach more permanent safety. Yet perhaps her most important contribution to the Illuminator's mission lay not in dramatic rescues or life-saving interventions, but in the quiet support she provided to mages struggling with the psychological burden of their hidden existence. The isolation and fear that characterized the life of a concealed mage in Demacia created wounds that were harder to treat than physical injuries, but equally damaging to long-term survival and well-being. Lux discovered that her light could be shaped into forms that provided comfort and reassurance to those on the verge of despair. She could create gentle, ambient illumination that eased the anxiety of individuals who had been living in constant fear of discovery. Her magic could form temporary barriers of light that gave vulnerable mages a sense of protection and safety during particularly difficult periods. Most importantly, she learned to weave her abilities into subtle displays of beauty and wonder that reminded other hidden mages why their magical nature was worth preserving despite the risks it entailed. These applications of her abilities required extraordinary finesse and control, as they often took place in situations where discovery would mean death, not just for herself, but for the vulnerable individuals she was trying to help. She learned to work within the constraints of complete darkness, using her light so precisely that it remained invisible to anyone not intended to see it. She developed techniques for creating magical effects that would fade completely within minutes, leaving no trace that could be detected by Mageseeker investigation tools. The emotional rewards of this secret healing work gradually began to balance the psychological costs of her double life. While she continued to struggle with the isolation and deception that her concealment required, the knowledge that her abilities were making a meaningful difference in the lives of others provided a sense of purpose that had been missing from her existence. She was no longer simply a mage hiding from persecution, but a protector working to preserve and nurture magical life within a hostile environment. Her growing reputation within the Illuminator's network, though necessarily conducted through coded communications and anonymous references, began to attract requests for assistance from increasingly distant parts of Demacia. Magical individuals who had heard whispers of a healer who could work miracles without leaving evidence began seeking ways to make contact with her through the organization's careful communication channels. These requests often involved traveling to remote locations under elaborate cover stories, requiring Lux to become expert at explaining extended absences from the capital. The demands of this healing work gradually transformed Lux's relationship with her magical abilities from one of fear and careful concealment to something approaching partnership and collaboration. She began to understand her light magic, not as a foreign force that she needed to control, but as an integral part of her identity that could be channeled toward purposes that reflected her deepest values and commitments. The magic responded to this shift in perspective by becoming more responsive and versatile, as if it too had been waiting for the opportunity to fulfill its intended purpose. Yet with increased use of her abilities came increased risk of discovery. The more frequently she employed her magic, even for the most beneficial purposes, the greater the chance that some trace of her activities would be detected by those trained to recognize supernatural influences. She learned to vary her techniques and locations, to work through intermediaries when possible, and to carefully space her interventions to avoid creating patterns that might attract official attention. The most challenging aspect of her expanded healing work involved learning to accept the limitations of what she could accomplish while maintaining her concealment. There were situations where her abilities could have saved lives or prevented tremendous suffering, but where the risk of exposure was too great to justify intervention. These moments of enforced restraint were perhaps the most painful part of her secret existence, as they forced her to watch preventable tragedies unfold while remaining powerless to act. One such incident occurred when a magical child in the city's merchant quarter began manifesting abilities so powerful and uncontrolled that her family's attempts to hide her nature were failing dramatically. The girl's untrained magic was causing objects to glow spontaneously, creating light displays that were becoming increasingly difficult to explain away. Lux knew that she possessed the knowledge and skills necessary to teach the child proper control, potentially saving her from Mageseeker attention and allowing her to live a normal life within Demacian society. Yet reaching the family would have required exposing herself to dozens of potential witnesses, and providing the kind of extended training the child needed would have necessitated sustained contact that would inevitably attract investigation. Despite her desperate desire to help, Lux was forced to work through Illuminator's intermediaries to arrange for the family's evacuation from the kingdom, knowing that the child would grow up in exile, rather than learning to control abilities that could have been safely concealed with proper guidance. These difficult choices taught Lux that the most effective use of her healing abilities often required strategic thinking that went beyond immediate compassion. She learned to prioritize cases where her intervention could create the maximum positive impact with the minimum risk of exposure. She developed networks of conventional healers and helpers who could extend her reach while providing cover for her activities. Most importantly, she began training other members of the Illuminators in basic healing techniques, sharing her knowledge in ways that multiplied her effectiveness without requiring her direct involvement in every situation. As her reputation as a healer spread within the hidden magical community, Lux began to understand that her abilities represented something more than individual talent or training. The quality of hope and restoration that characterized her light magic seemed to inspire others to develop their own capacities for healing and protection. Mages who received her treatment often reported that their own abilities became more stable and controllable afterward, as if her healing had strengthened not just their bodies, but their connection to their magical nature. This phenomenon suggested that Lux's true gift lay not simply in the power of her light magic, but in her ability to help other magical individuals reconnect with the positive aspects of their abilities. In a society that taught mages to view their powers as curses to be hidden and suppressed, her healing work provided evidence that magic could be a force for beauty, compassion, and restoration. This revelation began to shift the goals of the Illuminators' network from simple survival toward the more ambitious objective of preserving and nurturing magical culture within Demacia itself. The transformation of Lux's magical practice from concealment to healing represented a fundamental evolution in her understanding of her place in the world. No longer was she simply a noble daughter hiding a dangerous secret, but a healer working to preserve light in a world that seemed determined to extinguish it. This new identity brought its own challenges and responsibilities, but it also provided the sense of purpose and meaning that had been missing from her carefully constructed public life. As we contemplate Lux's journey from fearful concealment to purposeful healing, we might reflect on how our own gifts and talents can be transformed from sources of anxiety into instruments of service. When have you discovered that abilities you once feared or hid could become sources of healing and hope for others? How do we find the courage to use our unique gifts in service of something greater than ourselves, even when doing so requires significant personal risk? Chapter 8. Silas and Revelation. Sometimes destiny arrives, not as a whispered promise or gentle guidance, but as a thunderclap that shatters the careful order we have built around our lives, forcing us to confront truths we never wanted to acknowledge. Tonight, as we delve deeper into Luxana's hidden world, we explore the moment when revolution itself walked into her carefully controlled existence, wearing the face of a man whose very presence would challenge everything she believed about the possibility of change, the nature of justice, and the price of freedom. The first time Lux heard the name Silas, it was spoken in hushed, terrified whispers during an emergency gathering of Illuminator's cell leaders. Word had spread through their network like wildfire. A mage of unprecedented power had been captured after years of evading Demacian authorities, and his imprisonment in the most secure magical containment facility in the kingdom was sending ripples of fear throughout the hidden magical community. Here was proof that no concealment was perfect, no security absolute, and no magical individual truly safe from the reach of Demacian justice. The details that filtered through their intelligence networks painted a picture of someone fundamentally different from the careful, concealed mages that comprised the Illuminator's membership. This Silas had never attempted to hide his magical nature or integrate himself into Demacian society. Instead, he had embraced his abilities openly, using them in ways that directly challenged Demacian authority and threatened the foundations of the kingdom's anti-magical policies. He was everything that the Illuminators had been trained to avoid becoming: visible, defiant, and apparently unconcerned with the consequences of his actions. Yet even as the network leadership discussed him as a cautionary tale about the dangers of magical recklessness, Lux found herself strangely fascinated by the idea of someone who had chosen open resistance over careful concealment. For years, she had lived with the assumption that survival required accommodation, that the only way for mages to exist within Demacia was to deny their nature and work carefully within existing power structures. The knowledge that someone had chosen a radically different path, even if it had ultimately led to capture, challenged her fundamental understanding of what was possible. The opportunity to see this legendary figure for herself came through the most unexpected of circumstances. Her family's political connections, and her brother Garen's rising status within the Demacian military, had resulted in an invitation to attend a high-security briefing about magical threats to the kingdom. The gathering was intended to educate noble families about the dangers posed by uncontrolled magical individuals, and to demonstrate the effectiveness of Demacian countermeasures. As part of this educational program, selected attendees would be given the opportunity to observe the kingdom's most dangerous magical prisoner under carefully controlled conditions. Lux accepted the invitation with carefully concealed excitement, recognizing it as a unique chance to gather intelligence that could prove valuable to the Illuminators, while satisfying her own burning curiosity about this figure who had chosen such a different path from her own. The irony of the situation was not lost on her. She would be attending as a representative of the very establishment that would condemn her to death if her true nature were known. Observing a fellow mage who had been captured for refusing to hide what she concealed every moment of her life. The facility where Silas was held represented the pinnacle of Demacian anti-magical architecture and engineering. Built into the bedrock beneath the capital city, it consisted of chambers carved from solid Petricite and reinforced with additional magical dampening materials that made even approaching the building feel like walking through molasses for anyone with magical sensitivity. For Lux, entering the complex required enormous effort to maintain her usual composure while fighting the nauseating effects of such concentrated magical suppression. The prisoner they brought before the assembled nobles bore little resemblance to the dangerous revolutionary she had imagined. Silas appeared to be roughly her own age, though years of imprisonment had marked him with a gauntness and intensity that made him seem older. Magical shackles bound his wrists and ankles, their Petricite construction designed not just to prevent the use of magic, but to cause constant discomfort to anyone with magical abilities. Despite these restraints and the obvious toll of his captivity, his bearing remained defiant, his eyes bright with an intelligence and determination that seemed undiminished by his circumstances. As the Demacian officials began their presentation about the dangerous nature of uncontrolled magical individuals, Lux found herself studying Silas with an intensity that she hoped appeared to be simple curiosity, rather than the complex mixture of fascination and recognition that was actually driving her attention. Here was someone who had made choices that were the complete opposite of her own, yet she sensed in him an understanding of magical nature that resonated with her own experiences. The moment that changed everything came when Silas's gaze found hers across the room. For an instant that seemed to stretch into eternity, their eyes met, and Lux felt a shock of recognition that had nothing to do with prior acquaintance. In that brief contact, she sensed that he knew, with the uncanny perception that sometimes developed in mages who had been forced to rely entirely on their supernatural senses, exactly what she was. More troubling still, she realized that her own magical sensitivity was responding to something in him that called to her abilities in ways she had never experienced before. The presentation continued around them, with officials describing Silas's crimes and the measures that had been necessary to contain his dangerous abilities. Yet Lux found herself barely able to concentrate on their words, her attention fixed on the prisoner, who had somehow managed to see through years of careful concealment with a single glance. She watched as he listened to the catalogue of his supposed offenses with an expression that suggested amusement rather than remorse, as if the very idea that his actions constituted crimes was too absurd to take seriously. When the opportunity came for the assembled nobles to ask questions, Lux found herself speaking before she had consciously decided to participate. "What drives someone to choose such a path?" she asked, her voice carefully modulated to sound like innocent curiosity rather than the burning need to understand that was actually motivating her question. "Surely you must have known that your actions would lead to capture and punishment." Silas's response was directed at the room as a whole, but Lux felt certain that his words were meant specifically for her. "I chose truth over comfort," he he said, his voice carrying a resonance that seemed to bypass rational thought and speak directly to something deep within her magical nature. I chose to live as what I am rather than pretend to be what others wanted me to be. Some things are worth any price, including freedom itself. The simplicity of his answer cut through years of careful rationalization and self-justification that Lux had built around her choices. In those few words, he had articulated an alternative perspective that she had never allowed herself to seriously consider. The possibility that concealment itself was a form of betrayal, that hiding her nature was not just a survival strategy, but a moral compromise that diminished both herself and others like her. As the presentation concluded and the assembled nobles began to file out of the facility, Lux lingered as long as she dared, drawn by an impulse she couldn't entirely understand, to maintain visual contact with this figure who had so thoroughly challenged her assumptions. She watched as the guards prepared to return him to his cell, noting the casual confidence with which he moved despite his restraints, as if imprisonment were merely a temporary inconvenience rather than a permanent defeat. The journey home from the facility passed in a haze of conflicted thoughts and emotions. Everything about the encounter had challenged the careful framework of beliefs and strategies that had governed her life for years. She had built her entire existence around the assumption that concealment was not just the safest option, but the only morally defensible one. Silas represented proof that alternatives existed, even if they came with costs that seemed almost unbearable to contemplate. In the days following the prison visit, Lux found herself unable to focus on her usual activities with anything approaching her normal efficiency. The memory of Silas's words and the intensity of his conviction haunted her thoughts, creating a restlessness that made it difficult to maintain the careful emotional control that her concealment required. She began questioning decisions and compromises that she had previously accepted without hesitation, wondering if her accommodation with Demacian society was preserving her safety at the cost of her integrity. The crisis came to a head several weeks later, when news reached the capital that sent shockwaves through every level of Demacian society. Silas had escaped from the supposedly impregnable prison facility, somehow managing to overcome the magical dampening fields and security measures that were meant to contain the kingdom's most dangerous supernatural prisoners. Even more alarming, his escape had been accompanied by the liberation of numerous other magical individuals who had been held in the same complex. The official response was swift and overwhelming. Martial law was declared throughout the capital, with every magical detection resource in the kingdom mobilized to recapture the escaped prisoners. The Mageseekers launched their most intensive manhunt in decades, employing techniques and equipment that had never before been used against magical targets. For the hidden magical community, including the Illuminator's network, the escape represented both an inspiration and a catastrophe, proof that resistance was possible, but also the trigger for a crackdown that threatened every concealed mage in Demacia. Lux watched these developments with a mixture of admiration and terror, recognizing that Silas's bold action had fundamentally altered the landscape of magical existence within the kingdom. His escape had demonstrated that the Demacian authorities were not as omnipotent as they appeared, but it had also provoked a response that made concealment infinitely more difficult and dangerous for everyone with magical abilities. The manhunt for Silas and his fellow escapees lasted for months, creating an atmosphere of suspicion and fear that affected every aspect of life in the capital. Random searches became common. Magical detection sweeps were conducted in public gathering places, and citizens were encouraged to report any unusual behavior that might indicate magical activity. For someone like Lux, maintaining her double life became exponentially more challenging, as the margin for error disappeared almost entirely. Yet even as the practical difficulties of concealment increased, Lux found herself increasingly drawn to the example that Silas had set. His escape had proven that decisive action could achieve results that years of careful accommodation had never approached. He had demonstrated that mages possessed the power to challenge Demacian authority directly, rather than simply enduring persecution while hoping for gradual change through patient influence. The philosophical challenge that Silas represented became even more complex when reports began to filter through underground networks about his activities following the escape. Rather than fleeing Demacia or going into hiding, he had apparently begun recruiting other mages to join him in open resistance against the kingdom's anti-magical policies. Stories spoke of magical individuals who had abandoned their careful concealment to join his growing movement, embracing their abilities openly despite the enormous risks involved. These reports forced Lux to confront questions about her own choices that she had never seriously considered before. Was her work with the Illuminators, valuable as it was, ultimately just a more sophisticated form of accommodation with an unjust system? Was she helping other mages survive persecution, or was she enabling them to accept oppression by making it more bearable? Could meaningful change ever come from working within structures designed to prevent magical individuals from achieving equality? The answers to these questions remained elusive, but the very fact that she was asking them represented a fundamental shift in her understanding of her situation. Silas's example had introduced the possibility that there might be alternatives to the careful balance between concealment and limited resistance that had defined her life for so long. Whether those alternatives were practical or wise remained to be seen, but their existence had expanded her conception of what was possible. As reports continued to arrive about Silas's growing influence and the increasing boldness of his followers, Lux began to understand that his impact extended far beyond his personal escape, or even his recruitment efforts. He had become a symbol of the possibility that magical individuals could refuse to accept second-class status within Demacian society, that they could demand recognition and equality rather than simply hoping for tolerance and survival. This symbolic power made him dangerous in ways that went beyond his personal magical abilities, or the direct threat posed by his followers. He represented an idea that could inspire other concealed mages to question their own accommodations with oppression, potentially triggering a wave of revelations and confrontations that could destabilize the careful balance that had allowed the hidden magical community to survive for generations. For Lux, the encounter with Silas and its aftermath marked the end of the period when her primary concern was simply maintaining her concealment, while providing limited assistance to other mages in similar situations. His example had forced her to confront the possibility that her careful approach, while personally safer, might ultimately be less effective at creating meaningful change than the more confrontational methods he advocated. Yet even as she grappled with these philosophical challenges, practical considerations continued to demand her attention. The increased Mageseeker activity, triggered by Silas's escape, had made her work with the Illuminators more dangerous than ever before, requiring new levels of caution and sophisticated planning to avoid detection. The network itself was divided about how to respond to the new situation, with some members arguing for increased militancy inspired by Silas's example, while others advocated for even deeper concealment until the current crisis passed. As we reflect on the profound impact that Silas's brief presence had on Lux's understanding of her choices and possibilities, we might consider how encounters with those who choose radically different paths can challenge our own assumptions about what is possible or necessary. When has meeting someone who made dramatically different choices forced you to re-examine your own decisions and priorities? How do we balance the inspiration that comes from witnessing bold action with the practical wisdom that recognizes the cost such choices might entail? Chapter 9. The Double Life. In the theater of existence, some souls are called to play multiple roles upon the same stage, each performance demanding complete authenticity, while remaining fundamentally incompatible with the others. Tonight, as we continue our exploration of Luxana's hidden world, we examine the intricate choreography of deception and truth that defined her daily existence, how she learned to be simultaneously the perfect Demacian lady her society expected, and the secret guardian her conscience demanded, never fully belonging to either world yet essential to both. The art of living a double life required more than simple deception. It demanded the creation and maintenance of two entirely distinct identities, each complete with its own motivations, relationships, and moral frameworks. By day, Lux embodied everything that Demacian society valued in a young noblewoman: grace, intelligence, loyalty to tradition, and unwavering support for the values that kept their kingdom strong and stable. By night, she became someone else entirely, a figure moving through shadows and secret networks, using forbidden abilities to protect those whom her daytime persona was supposed to help persecute. The transition between these identities became a ritual, as precise and carefully choreographed as any formal dance. Each evening, as she prepared to leave behind the safety of her public role, Lux would perform a series of mental exercises designed to shift her consciousness from one mode of being to another. She would consciously set aside the concerns and responsibilities of Lady Luxana Crownguard, allowing that persona to rest while awakening the part of herself that belonged to the hidden world of magical resistance. This psychological transformation was accompanied by physical changes that helped reinforce the separation between her two lives. The elaborate gowns and jewelry that marked her noble status would be replaced by simple, dark clothing that allowed for freedom of movement and blended into shadows. Her carefully arranged hair would be bound back in practical styles that kept it out of her way during difficult missions. Most importantly, she would remove the subtle cosmetics and accessories that enhanced her natural beauty, transforming herself from someone who attracted attention into someone easily overlooked. Yet the most significant change was in her magical expression itself. During her public appearances, Lux's abilities remained locked away so completely that even she sometimes forgot they existed, suppressed beneath layers of trained responses and practiced behaviors. But when she assumed her secret identity, those same abilities became the primary tools of her trade, flowing through her with a freedom and intensity that felt like breathing deeply after holding her breath for hours. The work itself varied tremendously in scope and complexity, ranging from simple acts of magical first aid to elaborate rescue operations that required weeks of planning and coordination. On quiet evenings, she might slip away to provide healing for injured mages hiding in the city's underground tunnels, using her light magic to mend wounds that conventional medicine could not address. More complex missions involved infiltrating official facilities to gather intelligence about planned raids, or creating diversions that allowed threatened individuals to escape before Mageseeker teams could apprehend them. Each operation demanded its own specific balance of magical and mundane skills. Her noble upbringing had provided her with extensive knowledge of Demacian social and political structures, information that proved invaluable when planning operations that required circumventing official security measures. Her magical abilities allowed her to accomplish tasks that would be impossible for non-magical operatives, while her understanding of concealment techniques helped ensure that her supernatural methods remained undetected. Perhaps the most challenging aspect of maintaining her double life was the constant need to keep track of which information belonged to which identity. Details learned during clandestine operations had to be carefully compartmentalized, never allowed to influence her behavior during social situations where such knowledge would be impossible to explain. Conversely, intelligence gathered through her family's political connections required careful analysis to determine how it could be used to protect vulnerable mages without exposing the source of the information. This compartmentalization became particularly complex when her two worlds intersected in unexpected ways. During one memorable incident, she attended a formal dinner where several guests discussed recent Mageseeker operations with enthusiasm, praising the efficiency with which dangerous magical individuals had been apprehended. Lux was forced to participate in conversations celebrating events that she knew had torn apart innocent families, nodding and smiling while internally grieving for people whose only crime had been possessing abilities similar to her own. The emotional toll of such moments was staggering, requiring her to develop psychological defenses that allowed her to function effectively in both roles despite their fundamental contradiction. She learned to view her public persona as a kind of performance art, a character she played with complete commitment while maintaining internal distance from the values and beliefs that character was supposed to embody. This detachment allowed her to participate in activities that would otherwise have been unbearable, but it also created a sense of disconnection from her own emotions that sometimes left her feeling hollow and isolated. The practical challenges of maintaining two separate lives were equally demanding. Alibis had to be constructed for her nighttime absences, explanations that would satisfy curious family members and servants without creating suspicion. She developed a repertoire of plausible activities, extended visits to friends' estates, charitable work that required privacy, religious retreats that discouraged outside contact, each supported by carefully cultivated relationships with individuals who could provide confirmation if her whereabouts were questioned. Her magical abilities proved invaluable in creating and maintaining these deceptions. She could use her light manipulation to alter the apparent passage of time in her rooms, making brief absences appear to last for hours, or creating the illusion that she was present when she was actually elsewhere. Her enhanced perception allowed her to detect when servants or family members were approaching, giving her advance warning to prepare appropriate cover stories or adjust her behavior to match whatever identity she was supposed to be inhabiting. The most sophisticated deceptions involved creating evidence of activities that had never actually occurred. Using her magical abilities and her knowledge of social expectations, Lux became expert at fabricating proof of attendance at events she had never visited, conversations with people she had never met, and experiences that existed only in the elaborate fictional narratives she constructed to explain her time away from home. Yet even as she perfected these techniques, the psychological strain of constant deception began to manifest in subtle but significant ways. She found herself sometimes struggling to remember which version of events was true, particularly when fatigue or stress compromised her usually perfect mental organization. The effort required to maintain emotional authenticity in both roles left her feeling drained even during periods of relative inactivity, as if she were constantly performing difficult physical exercise even while at rest. Sleep became both refuge and danger, the only time when her consciousness was not actively engaged in maintaining one persona or another. In dreams, her two identities would sometimes merge in ways that created disturbing psychological conflicts, leaving her to wake with the unsettling sense that she had revealed dangerous truths to dream versions of people who could not be trusted with such information. These nocturnal episodes required her to develop even more sophisticated mental disciplines, techniques for maintaining psychological boundaries, even during the vulnerable state of sleep. The relationships that defined each of her identities presented their own unique challenges and rewards. As Lady Luxana, she maintained friendships with other young noble women that provided both social enjoyment and valuable intelligence about the attitudes and plans of Demacian elite families. These relationships, while necessarily limited by her need for concealment, offered glimpses of the normal life she might have enjoyed if circumstances had been different. Her connections within the magical underground were deeper and more emotionally significant, built upon shared danger and mutual understanding that created bonds stronger than those possible in conventional social situations. Yet these relationships also carried risks that extended far beyond personal consequences, as discovery of her involvement with the Illuminators could potentially expose dozens of other magical individuals to persecution and death. The most complex challenge involved managing situations where individuals from her two worlds encountered each other directly. During social gatherings that included both nobles and individuals who secretly worked with the magical underground, Lux had to maintain perfect composure while navigating conversations that carried multiple layers of meaning and potential danger. A casual comment that seemed innocent to most listeners might carry vital intelligence to those who knew how to interpret it, while apparent strangers might actually be close allies operating under their own cover identities. These encounters required her to develop an almost supernatural awareness of social dynamics, reading not just the explicit content of conversations, but the hidden meanings that layered beneath them. She learned to communicate through subtle gestures and coded references that could convey important information to allies while remaining completely invisible to those not trained to recognize such signals. The success of her double life ultimately depended on her ability to remain completely committed to whichever role she was playing at any given moment. This meant that when she was functioning as Lady Luxana, She had to genuinely embody the thoughts, feelings, and reactions that such a person would have, even when those responses conflicted with her true beliefs and values. Similarly, during her work with the magical underground, she had to set aside the social conditioning and political loyalties that defined her public identity, allowing her authentic convictions to guide her actions without concern for the consequences to her conventional life. This level of psychological flexibility required constant practice and self-awareness. She developed elaborate mental exercises designed to help her transition smoothly between identities, techniques that allowed her to access the appropriate emotional and intellectual responses for each situation. Over time, these practices became so natural that the transitions occurred almost automatically, though they never lost their fundamental psychological cost. The ultimate irony of her situation was that both of her identities were, in their own ways, completely authentic expressions of different aspects of her true self. Lady Luxana represented her genuine appreciation for beauty, order, and social harmony, while her work with the magical underground expressed her equally genuine commitment to justice, compassion, and the protection of the vulnerable. The tragedy lay not in having to choose between these values, but in living in a society that made it impossible to embrace them simultaneously. As months passed, and her skills in managing her double life reached new levels of sophistication, Lux began to understand that she was developing capabilities that transcended simple deception or concealment. She was learning to be a bridge between two incompatible worlds, someone who could translate between different value systems and facilitate understanding across seemingly unbridgeable divides. This realization suggested possibilities for her future role that extended far beyond the immediate challenges of survival and resistance. The knowledge that her unique position might eventually allow her to work toward reconciliation, rather than simply managing conflict, provided a sense of hope that helped sustain her through the most difficult periods of her double existence. Perhaps the skills she was learning and the relationships she was building in both worlds could eventually be used to create new possibilities for cooperation and understanding, transforming the very nature of the conflict that currently made her double life necessary. Yet even as this hopeful vision began to take shape, the practical demands of maintaining her dual existence continued to require constant attention and energy. Each day brought new challenges that tested her ability to keep her two worlds separate while using the resources of each to support her work in the other. The delicate balance she had achieved remained fragile, dependent on her continued ability to be exactly what each situation demanded, while never losing sight of her ultimate goals and values. As we contemplate the intricate dance of Lux's double existence, we might reflect on the different roles we all play in various aspects of our lives, and the challenge of maintaining authenticity while adapting to different expectations and circumstances. When have you found yourself needing to embody different aspects of your identity in different contexts? How do we preserve our core values while navigating situations that require us to emphasize different parts of who we are? Chapter 10. Petricite's Paradox. In nature's grand design, some of the most beautiful flowers bloom only in the harshest conditions, drawing strength from soil that would poison lesser plants, and transforming adversity into unexpected splendor. Tonight, as we continue our journey through Luxana's hidden world, we explore one of the cruelest ironies of her existence: how the very stone that formed the foundation of her homeland, meant to protect Demacia from magical corruption, became both her greatest obstacle and, paradoxically, the key to her most sophisticated concealment techniques. Petricite was woven into the very fabric of Demacian civilization so thoroughly that most citizens never consciously noticed its presence. Yet for someone with magical sensitivity like Lux, the white stone's influence permeated every aspect of daily life. The grand buildings that defined the capital's skyline were constructed from blocks of petricite carved from distant quarries, their pale surfaces gleaming with an inner light that seemed to promise purity and protection. Streets were paved with smaller fragments of the material, creating pathways that hummed with anti-magical energy. Even the homes of ordinary citizens incorporated petricite elements, window frames, doorway lintels, garden borders, that served as constant reminders of Demacia's commitment to magical suppression. For Lux, walking through this landscape of embedded petricite was like moving through a world designed specifically to cause her discomfort and weaken her abilities. The stone's presence created a constant, low-level drain on her magical energy, a persistent tugging sensation that made maintaining her concealment more difficult and left her feeling perpetually fatigued. Extended exposure to large concentrations of petricite, such as those found in government buildings or military installations, could leave her nauseated and disoriented, fighting to maintain basic magical control while appearing completely normal to anyone observing her behavior. The irony of her situation became most apparent during formal state occasions, when she was required to spend hours in environments where petricite dominated the architecture. The grand throne room, where her family attended royal audiences, was lined with massive petricite columns, each one carved with intricate designs that seemed to pulse with anti-magical energy. Standing in such spaces for extended periods felt like trying to breathe while someone pressed steadily on her chest, a constant reminder that she existed in a world fundamentally hostile to her nature. Yet it was precisely this hostile environment that eventually taught Lux some of her most valuable lessons about the true nature of her magical abilities. The constant pressure of petricite suppression forced her to develop techniques for magical expression that were far more subtle and efficient than anything she might have learned in a more permissive environment. Like a muscle that grows stronger when exercised against resistance, her control over her abilities became more precise and sophisticated as she learned to work within the constraints that petricite imposed. The first breakthrough came during her 16th year, when she discovered that petricite's anti-magical properties were not as absolute as Demacian doctrine claimed. While the stone was remarkably effective at suppressing obvious magical manifestations, it seemed to have less influence over abilities that worked in harmony with natural forces rather than opposing them. Her light magic, which drew upon ambient illumination and enhanced existing sources rather than creating energy from nothing, could sometimes slip past petricite's defenses by mimicking the behavior of ordinary light. This discovery required her to fundamentally rethink her approach to magical concealment. Instead of viewing petricite as an absolute barrier to magical expression, she began to understand it as a filter that required her to refine her techniques until they became indistinguishable from natural phenomena. Her magic had to become so subtle, so perfectly integrated with the existing environment, that even petricite's suppressive influence could not distinguish it from normal variations in light and shadow. The process of developing these refined techniques was painstaking and often frustrating. Traditional magical approaches that had served her well in private practice sessions proved completely useless when attempted in petricite-rich environments. She had to learn to work with infinitesimally small amounts of magical energy, weaving them into complex patterns that accumulated effect through precision rather than raw power. It was like learning to paint masterpieces using only the faintest traces of pigment, creating images that appeared vibrant and detailed, despite being constructed from barely visible elements. Her most significant advancement involved discovering that petricite's suppressive effects varied depending on the specific composition and processing of individual stones. The raw material, freshly quarried and roughly shaped, possessed the strongest anti-magical properties, but stones that had been extensively carved, polished, or chemically treated showed measurable reductions in their suppressive capabilities. More intriguingly, petricite that had been exposed to magical energy over extended periods seemed to develop a kind of tolerance, becoming less effective at blocking subsequent magical influences. This knowledge proved invaluable when she began working with the Illuminators on more ambitious operations. By carefully studying the petricite installations in target locations, she could identify weaknesses in their anti-magical defenses and plan operations that exploited these vulnerabilities. Ancient buildings where the petricite had been weathered by centuries of exposure often contained corridors and chambers where magical abilities could function with reduced interference. Newer construction, while more uniformly suppressive, sometimes included decorative elements made from treated petricite that created gaps in the defensive coverage. The most sophisticated application of her petricite research involved learning to use the stone's own properties as a tool for concealment. She discovered that magical energy released near petricite installations was not simply suppressed, but absorbed and redistributed in patterns that could be predicted and manipulated. By carefully timing and positioning her magical activities, she could use this redistribution effect to mask her abilities, making her magical signature blend so seamlessly with the background anti-magical field that detection became virtually impossible. This technique required extraordinary precision and timing, as the margin for error was virtually non-existent. Too much magical energy, released too quickly or in the wrong location, would overwhelm the petricite's absorption capacity and create obvious supernatural effects. Too little energy, or energy released at the wrong moment, would be completely suppressed without achieving any useful result. She spent months practicing in controlled environments, learning to sense the subtle rhythms of petricite absorption and synchronize her magical activities with these natural cycles. The emotional cost of working so closely with material that was fundamentally hostile to her nature proved to be unexpectedly significant. Extended exposure to concentrated petricite left her feeling disconnected from her magical abilities in ways that went beyond simple suppression. It was as if the stone was gradually eroding not just her capacity to use magic, but her fundamental connection to the magical aspects of her identity. After particularly intense training sessions, she would sometimes feel as though she were becoming someone else entirely, a person who had never possessed magical abilities and could barely remember what it felt like to command light and energy. These episodes of magical disconnection were deeply disturbing, raising questions about the long-term effects of her exposure to petricite-rich environments. Was the constant suppression gradually weakening her abilities permanently? Was she sacrificing her magical nature for the sake of more effective concealment? The uncertainty surrounding these questions added another layer of anxiety to her already complex emotional situation, forcing her to balance immediate tactical advantages against potential long-term costs that she could not fully calculate. Yet even as she grappled with these concerns, her growing expertise with petricite manipulation opened up new possibilities for helping other mages who found themselves trapped in similar circumstances. Many members of the Illuminator's network lived and worked in environments where petricite exposure was unavoidable, and her techniques for functioning effectively, despite this suppression, proved invaluable to their survival and effectiveness. She began teaching modified versions of her methods to other network members, showing them how to identify weaknesses in petricite installations and exploit natural variations in suppressive fields. More importantly, she helped them understand that petricite's influence, while significant, was not absolute, that magical abilities could be maintained and even developed under conditions that initially seemed completely hostile to supernatural expression. These teaching activities revealed another paradox inherent in Demacia's anti-magical policies. By creating an environment where only the most subtle and sophisticated magical techniques could function effectively, the kingdom was inadvertently training its hidden magical population to become more dangerous than they might have been in a more permissive society. Mages who learned to work around petricite suppression developed capabilities that were far more difficult to detect and counter than conventional magical abilities. Lux began to suspect that this unintended consequence was not entirely accidental. The more she studied the history and development of petricite technology, the more evidence she found suggesting that at least some of its creators had possessed magical abilities themselves. Certain aspects of the stone's properties seemed designed not to eliminate magic entirely, but to force it into more refined and controlled forms. It was as if the original architects of Demacia's anti-magical defenses had been mages who wanted to create a society where magic could exist, but only when practiced with extraordinary skill and discretion. This hypothesis raised fascinating questions about the true history of Demacia's relationship with magic. Had the kingdom's anti-magical stance emerged from genuine fear of supernatural forces, Or had it been shaped by individuals who wanted to maintain magical advantages while denying them to potential rivals? Were the Illuminators and other hidden magical networks the inheritors of traditions that predated Demacia's official policies, preserving knowledge that had been deliberately obscured rather than genuinely lost? The answers to these questions remained elusive, buried in historical records that had been carefully edited to support official narratives about Demacia's founding and development. Yet the very existence of these questions changed Lux's understanding of her position within Demacian society. She was not simply a magical individual hiding from persecution, but potentially part of a tradition that stretched back to the kingdom's earliest days, carrying forward knowledge and capabilities that had been integral to Demacia's original design. This realization provided a new framework for understanding the moral complexities of her situation, rather than viewing her magical abilities as foreign contamination that threatened Demacian purity. She began to see them as part of the kingdom's authentic heritage, preserved through generations of careful concealment and patient development. Her work to protect other mages was not an act of rebellion against Demacian values, but an effort to maintain traditions that were as fundamentally Demacian as the Petricite towers that dominated the capital's skyline. The practical implications of this shift in perspective were profound. Instead of approaching her magical activities as acts of resistance against legitimate authority, she began to frame them as efforts to preserve authentic Demacian heritage that had been suppressed by later political developments. This reframing did not eliminate the dangers inherent in her activities, but it provided a moral foundation that made the risks feel more acceptable and the potential rewards more significant. Her growing expertise with Petricite manipulation also revealed new possibilities for advancing the broader goals of the magical community within Demacia. If enough hidden mages could be trained in techniques for working around Petricite suppression, it might eventually become possible to establish more permanent bases of operation, even in areas where anti-magical defenses were concentrated. The kingdom's reliance on Petricite for magical security could potentially be turned into a vulnerability, as the very ubiquity of the material created opportunities for those who understood how to exploit its limitations. Yet even as these strategic possibilities began to emerge, Lux remained acutely aware that her growing abilities came with corresponding increases in risk and responsibility. Each advancement in her understanding of Petricite manipulation made her more valuable to the magical community, but also more dangerous to the established order that maintained Demacia's current structure. Her knowledge was becoming significant enough that its discovery could potentially trigger changes in how the kingdom approached magical security, alterations that might make life even more difficult for the hidden magical population. The delicate balance between developing her capabilities and maintaining operational security required constant vigilance and careful judgment. She had to be sophisticated enough to make meaningful contributions to the magical community's survival and growth, while remaining subtle enough to avoid attracting the kind of attention that could bring her unique knowledge to the notice of those who would use it to strengthen, rather than weaken anti-magical defenses. As we contemplate the intricate relationship between Lux and the Petricite that surrounded her daily life, we might reflect on how the obstacles and limitations we face can sometimes become the source of our greatest strengths and most innovative solutions. When have you found that working within constraints forced you to develop capabilities you never would have discovered in more permissive circumstances? How do we transform the very forces that seem designed to limit us into tools for achieving purposes that their creators never intended? Chapter 11. Hope and Change. In the Garden of Possibility, some seeds require the longest winters before they can bloom, lying dormant beneath frozen ground, while gathering strength for a spring that may be years in coming. Tonight, as we near the end of our journey through Luxana's hidden world, we explore how her years of careful observation, secret service, and painful growth began to crystallize into something more ambitious than mere survival. A vision of transformation that could bridge the chasm between magical and non-magical peoples, creating space for understanding where only fear and hatred had existed before. The evolution of Lux's thinking from survival to transformation did not occur as a sudden revelation, but as the gradual accumulation of countless small experiences that slowly shifted her perspective on what might be possible. Each successful rescue operation, every moment of connection with those she helped, and all the quiet conversations with fellow members of the Illuminator's network contributed to a growing sense that the current state of conflict between Demacia and its magical citizens was neither inevitable nor permanent. The first seeds of this larger vision were planted during her work with magical refugees who had fled persecution in other kingdoms, only to discover that Demacia's hostility towards supernatural abilities was part of a broader pattern that existed throughout much of the known world. These individuals brought with them stories of other societies, where mages and non-magical people had learned to coexist, places where magical abilities were viewed as gifts to be celebrated rather than curses to be suppressed. These accounts challenged Lux's fundamental assumptions about the nature of the conflict she had spent her life navigating. If cooperation between magical and non-magical populations was possible elsewhere, what prevented such arrangements from developing in Demacia? Was the kingdom's anti-magical stance truly based on practical necessity, or was it maintained by fear, misunderstanding, and the political advantages that certain groups gained from perpetuating division? The more she learned about alternative approaches to magical governance, the more Lux began to envision possibilities for gradual change within Demacian society itself. Her unique position as a bridge between the hidden magical community and the highest levels of Demacian politics provided her with insights into both worlds that few others possessed. She understood the genuine concerns that drove anti-magical policies, but she also knew firsthand that those concerns were based on incomplete information and unfounded assumptions about the nature of magical abilities. Her growing influence within both communities created opportunities to plant seeds of understanding in carefully chosen conversations. During social gatherings with other nobles, she would subtly challenge the most extreme anti-magical rhetoric, asking thoughtful questions that encouraged more nuanced thinking about the relationship between magic and social order. In her work with the Illuminators, she advocated for strategies that demonstrated the positive potential of magical abilities, showing through concrete examples that mages could be forces for healing and protection rather than chaos and destruction. These efforts required extraordinary subtlety and patience, as premature or overly obvious attempts at advocacy could easily trigger backlash that would set back progress by years or decades. Lux learned to work through indirection and suggestion, planting ideas that others would eventually claim as their own discoveries while remaining safely in the background. She became expert at identifying individuals who might be receptive to more moderate positions, focusing her efforts on those whose influence could create ripple effects throughout their respective communities. One of her most significant early successes involved gradually shifting the perspective of her own family regarding the absolute nature of Demacia's anti-magical policies. Through carefully orchestrated conversations over many months, she helped her parents and brother recognize that there might be meaningful distinctions between different types of magical individuals, that someone who used abilities for healing or protection might deserve different consideration than those who employed magic for conquest or destruction. This nuanced thinking began to spread through their social circle as family members shared these insights with their own friends and colleagues. The change was gradual and subtle, but measurable in the way conversations about magical topics became less uniformly hostile and more open to questions about proportional responses and individual circumstances. What had once been absolute condemnation began to show cracks of uncertainty and complexity that created space for more sophisticated discussions. Simultaneously, Lux was working within the magical community to encourage approaches that would support rather than undermine these gradual shifts in public opinion. She advocated for Illuminator's operations that focused on obviously beneficial applications of magical abilities, healing the sick, preventing natural disasters, protecting innocent people from conventional threats. By demonstrating that magical individuals could be valuable allies rather than inevitable enemies, these activities provided concrete examples that supported more moderate political positions. The challenge lay in ensuring that such positive demonstrations remained visible enough to influence public opinion, while subtle enough to avoid triggering official crackdowns. This required developing new operational methods that maximized positive impact while maintaining plausible deniability about the supernatural nature of the assistance being provided. Lux pioneered techniques for magical intervention that appeared to enhance natural recovery processes or improve the effectiveness of conventional solutions, making it possible for observers to attribute positive outcomes to normal causes if they preferred not to acknowledge magical involvement. Her most ambitious project involved establishing informal communication channels between moderate members of the magical community and sympathetic individuals within Demacian government and military circles. These connections were developed through elaborate chains of intermediaries, ensuring that neither side knew the magical status of their ultimate contacts, while still allowing for meaningful dialogue about policy alternatives that might address legitimate security concerns without requiring total suppression of magical abilities. The conversations that emerged from these channels revealed that many officials harbored private doubts about the effectiveness and sustainability of current anti-magical policies. The resources required to maintain comprehensive magical suppression were enormous, and the constant state of vigilance required to detect and counter supernatural threats was taking a toll on the kingdom's institutional capabilities. Some forward-thinking leaders were beginning to wonder whether controlled accommodation might be more practical than continued confrontation. These private doubts created opportunities for Lux to provide carefully selected information that might influence policy discussions in more moderate directions. Through her network of contacts, she could ensure that decision-makers received accurate intelligence about magical activities within the kingdom, information that painted a more complex picture than the official reports that emphasized only threats and dangers. By demonstrating that many magical individuals were already functioning productively within Demacian society, these reports suggested that accommodation might be both possible and beneficial. The most delicate aspect of this influence campaign involved managing the pace of change to ensure that progress remained steady, but not so rapid as to trigger defensive reactions from those committed to maintaining existing policies. Lux learned to think in terms of generational change, planting ideas that might not bear fruit for decades while creating conditions that would allow future advocates to build upon foundations being laid in the present. Her work began to attract the attention of like-minded individuals in other kingdoms who were pursuing similar goals within their own societies. Through the Illuminator's international connections, she established relationships with reformers who shared intelligence about successful strategies and coordinated efforts to create broader regional momentum for policy changes that would benefit magical communities throughout the continent. These international relationships provided both inspiration and practical resources for advancing her vision within Demacia. She learned about legal frameworks that had been successfully implemented elsewhere, studied diplomatic approaches that had resolved magical conflicts in other kingdoms, and developed networks that could provide sanctuary and support for Demacian mages if political changes created dangerous transitional periods. Perhaps most importantly, these connections helped her understand that the changes she envisioned for Demacia were part of a larger historical shift occurring throughout the known world. The absolute suppression of magical abilities was becoming increasingly difficult to maintain as magical populations grew more sophisticated in their resistance techniques, and as the practical benefits of magical applications became harder to ignore. The question was not whether change would come, but whether it would occur through gradual accommodation or violent confrontation. This broader perspective strengthened Lux's conviction that her work was not just about helping individual mages survive, but about positioning Demacia to navigate inevitable changes in ways that would minimize conflict and maximize the benefits that magical abilities could provide to society as a whole. By establishing foundations for cooperation before crisis forced rapid changes, she was creating possibilities for Demacia to lead rather than lag in developing new models for magical governance. The vision that emerged from these years of careful work was both ambitious and practical. Lux imagined a Demacia where magical abilities were regulated rather than prohibited, where individuals with supernatural gifts could contribute openly to society while accepting reasonable oversight and accountability. This would require fundamental changes in law, policy, and social attitudes, but it would also preserve the kingdom's core values of order, justice, and protection of the innocent. Achieving this vision would require continued patience and strategic thinking over many more years, but the groundwork was being laid through every successful operation, every changed mind, and every small step toward greater understanding between magical and non-magical communities. Lux had learned to measure progress in increments so small they were almost invisible, but which accumulated over time into meaningful shifts in attitudes and possibilities. The most encouraging development was the emergence of a new generation of Demacian citizens who had grown up with more nuanced understanding of magical issues. Young people who had been exposed to the subtle advocacy efforts of Lux and others like her were beginning to question the absolute positions that had defined their parents' approaches to magical policy. These individuals would eventually assume leadership roles within Demacian society, bringing with them perspectives that might finally allow for more constructive approaches to magical governance. Lux began to envision herself as part of a larger movement that spanned generations, with her current work serving as preparation for opportunities that might not arise for decades. The skills she was developing, the relationships she was building, and the understanding she was gaining would all prove valuable when political conditions eventually allowed for more direct advocacy for policy changes. Yet even as this hopeful vision took shape, Lux remained acutely aware that progress was neither guaranteed nor irreversible. Political conditions could change rapidly, making previously moderate positions untenable and forcing advocates for accommodation back into purely defensive strategies. The work required to maintain momentum toward positive change demanded constant vigilance and adaptation to evolving circumstances. The complexity of balancing immediate needs with long-term goals created ongoing challenges that required sophisticated judgment and careful prioritization. Resources devoted to visionary projects were not available for immediate rescue operations, while excessive focus on crisis response could undermine the patient work required to create lasting change. Lux had to learn to think simultaneously as a tactical operator, addressing urgent threats, and as a strategic planner, working toward transformation that might not be completed within her lifetime. As her understanding of these challenges deepened, Lux began to appreciate the full magnitude of what she and others like her were attempting to accomplish. They were not simply advocating for policy changes, but working to transform fundamental assumptions about the nature of power, community, and human potential that had shaped their society for generations. The success of their efforts would require not just political victories, but cultural evolution that touched every aspect of how Demacians understood themselves and their relationship to the wider world. As we contemplate Lux's evolving vision of hope and transformation, we might reflect on how our own efforts to create positive change require both immediate action and long-term patience. When have you found yourself working toward goals that might not be achieved within your lifetime? How do we maintain hope and motivation when the changes we seek require not just individual effort, but fundamental shifts in how entire communities understand themselves and their possibilities? Chapter 12. The Lightbearer's Legacy. As dawn approaches, and the longest nights finally surrender to the promise of new light, we come to understand that some journeys have no true ending, only moments of pause, where we can glimpse how far we have traveled and sense the endless paths that stretch ahead. Tonight, as we conclude our exploration of Luxana Crownguard's hidden world, we reflect upon the woman she has become, the legacy she continues to build, and the quiet revolution that spreads through Demacia's shadows, carried forward by those who have found hope in her example of courage and unwavering light. In the present moment, as political tensions continue to simmer throughout the kingdom and the question of magic's place in Demacian society remains unresolved, Lux occupies a position of extraordinary complexity and influence. She has evolved far beyond the frightened child who first discovered her abilities in her family's garden, becoming instead a figure who bridges worlds that most believe to be irreconcilably opposed. Her public persona, as Lady Luxana Crownguard, continues to serve the kingdom with distinction, while her secret identity as one of the Illuminator's most capable operatives shapes the hidden currents that flow beneath Demacia's ordered surface. The young woman who once struggled simply to conceal her magical nature now commands abilities that would be considered legendary if they could be acknowledged openly. Her mastery of light magic has evolved to encompass not just dramatic displays of power, but subtle manipulations of illumination that can influence emotions, enhance natural healing processes, and create effects so refined that they appear to be mere accidents of natural lighting. More importantly, she has learned to teach these techniques to others, multiplying her impact through a growing network of individuals who carry forward her methods and philosophy. Her influence within the broader magical community extends far beyond her individual capabilities. The rescue techniques she developed have become standard practices throughout the Illuminator's network, saving hundreds of lives and allowing magical individuals to escape persecution, while maintaining the secrecy essential to the organization's survival. Her diplomatic initiatives have opened channels of communication that continue to slowly shift attitudes within Demacian leadership circles, creating possibilities for policy changes that seemed impossible just a few years earlier. Perhaps most significantly, Lux has become a symbol of hope for magical individuals throughout Demacia, who continue to struggle with the isolation and fear that she herself once experienced. Stories of her activities, carefully anonymized and filtered through multiple layers of network security, circulate among hidden magical communities as proof that resistance is possible, that concealment can be combined with meaningful action, and that individual mages can make differences that extend far beyond their personal survival. These stories have taken on a life of their own, evolving through countless retellings into legends that inspire new generations of magical individuals to develop their own capabilities, rather than simply hiding from persecution. Young mages who might otherwise have spent their lives in complete concealment are instead learning to view their abilities as potential tools for protecting others, creating a cultural shift within the hidden magical community that emphasizes service and responsibility rather than pure survival. The ripple effects of this transformation are becoming visible in ways that even non-magical observers are beginning to notice. The effectiveness of the Illuminator's rescue operations has improved dramatically, allowing them to save individuals who would previously have been lost to Mageseeker raids. The quality of life for hidden magical communities has increased as members gain access to healing, emotional support, and practical assistance that helps them thrive despite the challenges of concealment. Most importantly, the network itself has evolved from a purely defensive organization into something that actively works to improve conditions for magical individuals throughout the kingdom. Yet even as Lux's influence grows and her vision of gradual transformation shows signs of progress, she remains acutely aware that her position is more precarious than ever before. Her increased activities have necessarily expanded her exposure to potential discovery, while her growing importance to the magical community makes her a more valuable target for those who would destroy the network she has helped to build. The success of her work has created new responsibilities and risks that require even more sophisticated approaches to concealment and security. The psychological burden of carrying so many secrets and managing so many relationships continues to evolve as well. While Lux has grown more comfortable with the dual nature of her existence, the weight of representing hope for so many people while maintaining perfect concealment from those closest to her creates ongoing emotional challenges that require constant attention. She has learned to find sustenance in the knowledge that her sacrifices enable others to live more authentic lives, but the personal cost of her choices remains significant. Her relationship with her family, particularly with Garen, has reached a new equilibrium that is both more stable and more poignant than in earlier years. She has mastered the art of loving them completely, while accepting that they can never fully know her, finding ways to be genuinely present in their lives, while protecting them from knowledge that would only cause pain. This accommodation allows for deeper emotional connection than was possible during her years of initial concealment, but it also represents a permanent acceptance that certain aspects of intimacy will always remain impossible. The question of whether she will ever be able to reveal her true nature to those she loves most remains unanswered. dependent on political and social changes that may or may not occur within her lifetime. Lux has learned to find peace with uncertainty, focusing on the positive impact she can make regardless of whether her contributions are ever publicly acknowledged. This acceptance of anonymity reflects a maturity and selflessness that would have seemed impossible during her younger years of struggling with the basic challenges of concealment. Her vision for Demacia's future continues to evolve as political conditions shift and new opportunities emerge. The gradual changes in attitude that her diplomatic efforts have encouraged are beginning to create space for more direct advocacy, though the timing and methods for such initiatives require careful consideration. She monitors political developments constantly, looking for moments when more ambitious steps toward accommodation might be possible without triggering destructive backlash. The international connections she has developed provide both inspiration and practical support for these long-term goals. Other kingdoms are successfully implementing policies that allow for regulated magical practice, creating models that could potentially be adapted to Demacian conditions. The diplomatic relationships she has fostered ensure that Demacia's magical community will not be isolated if political changes create opportunities for more open cooperation with other societies. Perhaps most importantly, Lux has come to understand that her individual efforts, significant as they are, represent just one part of a much larger transformation that extends far beyond any single person's contributions. The changes occurring within Demacian society reflect broader historical forces that are reshaping the relationship between magical and non-magical populations throughout the known world. Her role is to help guide these changes in directions that minimize conflict and maximize the benefits that cooperation can provide. This broader perspective has given her a sense of purpose that transcends personal ambition or even individual survival. She sees herself as part of a multi-generational effort to create a more just and inclusive society, working to establish foundations that future advocates can build upon, even if she herself never lives to see the full realization of her vision. This long-term thinking allows her to maintain hope and motivation, even when immediate progress seems slow or uncertain. The young mages who have been inspired by her example are beginning to develop their own approaches to resistance and advocacy, creating a diversified movement that is more resilient and adaptable than any organization dependent on a single leader could be. Some focus on healing and support services, others on intelligence gathering and rescue operations, and still others on the patient diplomatic work required to shift political attitudes. This specialization allows the network to address multiple aspects of the challenge simultaneously, while reducing the risk that any single failure could compromise the entire effort. As Lux observes these developments, she takes pride in knowing that her contributions have helped create something larger and more sustainable than anything she could have accomplished working alone. The network that has grown around her initiatives now possesses capabilities and resources that extend far beyond what any individual could provide, ensuring that the work will continue, even if circumstances prevent her from maintaining her current level of involvement. The legacy she is building extends beyond practical accomplishments to encompass changes in how magical individuals understand themselves and their potential for positive impact. The culture of the hidden magical community has shifted from one dominated by fear and isolation to one that emphasizes mutual support, shared responsibility, and collective action toward common goals. This transformation represents perhaps her most significant achievement, as it creates sustainable foundations for continued progress regardless of changing external circumstances. Looking toward the future, Lux envisions continued gradual progress toward accommodation and understanding, punctuated by occasional crises that will test the resilience and adaptability of the networks she has helped to build. She prepares for these challenges by continuing to develop her own capabilities, while training others to assume leadership roles if circumstances require transitions in organizational structure. Her goal is to create systems that can function effectively even under pressure, ensuring that temporary setbacks do not undermine long-term progress toward transformation. The quiet revolution that began with a frightened child hiding her magical nature in a noble family's garden has grown into a movement that touches every aspect of Demacian society, working patiently toward changes that will benefit not just magical individuals, but the kingdom as a whole. This revolution proceeds through countless small acts of courage, compassion, and hope, each one building upon the foundation that Lux and others, like her, have established through years of patient work and careful sacrifice. As our journey through Luxana's hidden world draws to a close, we are left with the understanding that her story continues to unfold, that each day brings new challenges and opportunities that will shape both her personal destiny and the larger transformation she has helped to initiate. She remains a figure moving between light and shadow, carrying hope into dark places while working toward a future where such concealment will no longer be necessary. The light she bears illuminates not just her own path, but the way forward for countless others who share her gifts and her commitment to creating a better world. In her example, we see proof that individual courage can spark changes that extend far beyond personal circumstances, that patient work toward justice can achieve results that seemed impossible when the journey began. In these quiet moments before dawn, as we reflect on the extraordinary courage required to live authentically while appearing to be someone else entirely, perhaps we might consider the lights we ourselves carry in our own dark places. What gifts do we possess that could bring hope to others facing struggles we understand? How might our own small acts of courage contribute to transformations that extend far beyond what we can imagine today?